What's up, everybody? Let me know how the game volume is. This game, obviously, we haven't played on stream in a while, and it's running in the background. I can turn volume up or down as needed. Good to see you all. Hope you're doing awesome. Loud-ish, I figured. We'll drop it a little bit, and we'll adjust as needed. It's quite loud! Okay. Let me know how that is, and we'll adjust more accordingly. When we play a new game, it's always going to take a little bit of audio adjusting because I checked it before via a VOD, but my perception of what's loud is different than most people's because I'm a loud motherfucker, so excuse my language, but... Okay, so we've got a chunk of signups. When we get into the game here in just a second, I'm going to have you guys tell me your preferred, if you would prefer a specific class or hero type, since they're not really classes, different types, and we'll go from there. So, now, the maximum roster size in Darkest Dungeon on anything but Radiant difficulty is 29 if you have the Shield Bearer DLC installed. Otherwise, it's 28. So, we have the DLC, so we can get 29 at maximum at a time. You get one life. If you get named and you die, you're dead. So, that way new people can get in. Sure, boy, it's an awesome game. Think of all the game types I normally play, and it's right up there with them. RNG, very difficult, permadeath, basically Iron Man by default, and very unforgiving. And a game that a whole lot of people bitch about. So, when we... obviously, Bloodmoon difficulty is going to be more challenging. The last time we played Darkest Dungeon on stream was the holiday season, or just before the holiday season of 2022. So it's been more than a year and a half. And we played on Darkest, which is the medium or default difficulty. And I think in that entire campaign, we lost 4 or 5 heroes, which is pretty low. But you can obviously do it deathless if you're a really good player, especially on lower difficulties. And I know people have done Bloodmoon with basically no deaths, but the reality is that it's very RNG dependent. So you have very little control at times, because someone could just literally out of nowhere get one-shot death blowed. So, but we'll just go about it in the best way we can. I have beaten Darkest Dungeon on Bloodmoon, but not in a very long time. The last time I streamed it was a year and a half ago, and the last time I played it before that was probably a year before that, and I don't know if I was playing on Bloodmoon or just Darkest, but either way, we'll have some fun. So, Crusader or that dude with the huge sword? The Leper. Crusader or Leper, says JJ. I'm pretty sure you were a Leper in our last run, JJ. If I remember, you were here for that run. I know that Union was a Vestal because they were in the Bonk Vestal video that Pluterio made, which was hilarious. So, which I linked in the Discord. If you haven't seen that, go check it out. It's less than a minute long, and it's very, very funny. A little bit loud, but if you guys listen to me, loud should be par for the course. And I don't just mean loud because I'm in the video. I mean some of the sound effects were loud. Yes, you were the Crusader who would only visit the brothel in town for stress relief. Yes, that's you. That is correct. So, let me knock out an intro and we can get into talking about a little bit more of the nuances of this run. So thank you all for being here. I think it's time that we kick off Day 16 of 33. That's correct, right? Yesterday was Day 15. I have to check myself now. Yes, today is Day 16. Sweet. Day 16 of Operation Echo. And it begins now. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever time it is for you, wherever you are. Ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, thanks for being here. I'm The Voice, and this is The Echo, where everybody has a voice. That means me, you, our games, our characters, our stories, our heroes and villains, successes and failures, the ups, the downs, the good, the bad, the wins, and the losses in all things sci-fi and fantasy, particularly and especially gaming. This is a place where we come together to enjoy those things alongside challenging gameplay in a chill environment as part of an awesome community of amazing people. That's each and every one of you. Whether it's your first time here, whether you're a long-time regular, whether you're a lurker or a chatter, whether you recently returned to the stream, stumbled in by accident, got here through a raid one day, found us on YouTube, or are tuning in on the YouTube side. The time you guys choose to spend here is awesome, amazing, and extremely valuable to me, so thank you very much for that. And thank you for all the ways you guys choose to support the stream, the channel, the community, and me, and give me the continued opportunity to create the space, curate this experience, and share some good times, good vibes, and good games with a great group of awesome people. Today, we are kicking off the second playthrough of Darkest Dungeon that we've had on the stream. We are going to be playing on Bloodmoon, which is the hardest difficulty. Bloodmoon essentially adds a few stat modifiers to the enemies and the gameplay, and it also adds some restrictions. You can only lose a certain number of heroes, and if you lose more than that, you're dead, and that includes the final boss, which if you take a full party, is guaranteed to kill 2 of them, and you have to account for those in your losses. And you have to finish the entire campaign within 100 weeks, and each week is 1 deployment in-game, 1 mission. So you have 100 total missions to complete the game. Now, you don't have to complete the DLC stuff. So the Crimson Court, you don't have to beat that in the 100-week limit, because if you beat the final boss in the 100-week limit, your campaign can then continue. The restrictions are lifted. You can then go hunt the DLC stuff if you want. So, if for some reason we don't finish the DLC stuff before that week mark and we have to go after the boss, that's what we'll do. But when I did the campaign on Darkest that we did in the past, we finished it on week 99. So, let's jump over to the game. And, so real quick, before I get all the way into the game, I want to talk about, like I said, the roster size is more limited. 29 maximum at one time in the roster. There are 17 or 18 unique classes. I think there's 18. So Abomination, Antiquarian, Arbalist, Bounty Hunter, Crusader, Flagellant, Grave Robber, Hellion, Highwayman, Houndmaster, Jester, Leper, Man-at-Arms, Musketeer, Occultist, Plague Doctor, Shield Breaker, Vestal. I didn't miss any. So, you can't have 2 of everything, or else you'd have 34 or 35, depending on what the actual count, 34 or 36, depending on what the actual count is. So you have to choose your classes kind of with some discretion. You can kind of choose based on whatever shows up in the wagon and what you need at the time, but I like to have at least 1 of every class on the roster because it gives you maximum use of any unique trinkets that you might get, and I just like the diversity on the roster for different decisions. Now, the Arbalist and Musketeer are the exact same class. It's literally just a reskin. The Arbalist was released, and then later they released the Musketeer as a reskin. It has the exact same stats and function. Its abilities are identical, they just have different names and different visuals, but they do the exact same thing. So I might limit the roster to just 1 of those, but they have unique trinkets. So, and trinkets are essentially equipment, for those not as familiar with Darkest Dungeon. Abomination, I will only have 1. I like Abominations, but I don't like them as much as some players. I don't think they're as strong as some people do, and it might just be the way I use them. So we'll have 1 Abomination, I'll only have 1 Antiquarian. They can be great for my playstyle, which is to expand the roster very quickly and hoard a ton of money to be able to upgrade as quickly as possible. But Antiquarians are just weak in combat, for the most part. So, probably only 1 of those. At most, 1 Arbalist. And then I usually go 2 Bounty Hunters, 2 Bounty Hunters, 2 Crusaders, 2 Grave Robbers, 2 Hellions. I think last time I only went with 1 Houndmaster, and I might do that again. I have it marked for 2. 2 Houndmasters, 2 Jesters, 2 Lepers, 2 Man-at-Arms, because you need a lot of frontliners. You need to be able to field frontline for basically every mission, and there is some flexibility, but not a ton. The other thing you generally need is you need healers for most every mission. I have it as 2 Vestals, and it might even be 3. I think last time what I did is instead of 2 Houndmasters and 2 Vestals, I went with 1 Houndmaster and 3 Vestals. So 3 Vestals, 2 Occultists, which are a healer, but not as reliable. The Arbalist and Musketeer can be a healer with the appropriate grouping, and a Crusader can be a healer with the appropriate grouping, but the Vestal is far and away the best healer in the game. Like, it outclasses all the other ones by a mile. Flagellant can be a great healer, but yes, Xionzi, within reason to what I have available, I'll just be going in order. So in the order that I'm going to ask you guys in just a second, if you're familiar with the game, you can tell me, and if not, we'll just random it as we go. So I don't know exactly how I'm going to build out the roster, but I generally do. The one flex is Houndmaster, because Houndmasters are really good. Maybe Jester, but Jester's so good for stress healing. Could go with one Jester, triple Vestal. I will have 2 Plague Doctors, I know that. Yeah, crit for 0, heal, and bleed, yes. Weird reconstruction at tier 1 skill just to keep the bleeding chance low enough that it doesn't trigger. Great, so I'll have to look at the numbers on that, but you may be right. So let me fill out the rest of this list real quick. We're going to get to the game in just a second, but anytime we start a new game, there's going to be a little bit of, setup process. And I said on stream that you guys would get first come, first serve assignment for classes, so I'm just making the list right now, basically, in order of who signed up. So, and you guys will get, class preference based on that as well. And I know that that's not particularly fair for folks who can't tune in at this weeknight time or, whatever the case may be, but I can only do so much, so can't please everybody. RBG, I will have 1 Abomination on the roster, and unless anybody who signed up before you claims it, I figure that's a good chance of happening, so. All right, I'm going to go down the list of people who've signed up so far, and you can just tell me if you're in chat. If you're a lurker and you don't want to speak up, I understand. I'll just assign you a random class, but just throw me a one-word answer, and we'll get you in. So, Jat, if you have a class preference, let me know. Boog, Wawawasi, Gloomcat, just let me know. Boog says Arbalist. Hey, T-Ducks, we'll get you on the list. Wawawasi says Jester. Jack, Gloomcat, Bogu, if you've got a class preference, let me know. Oh, and, RBG said A-Bomb. Anybody who signed up, just put in chat what your class preference would be. So, Gloom says Phil. Can be anything. Some sort of warrior priest. Bogu, there are good options for that. I'm going to put you as either Vestal or Leper. Probably Leper primary. Or Crusader, actually. I mean, yeah. Honestly, it's probably Leper or Crusader fits even better. So, Houndmaster for Xionzi. Flagellant is available, Alden. It is available right now. Are you signed up? Yes, you just did. Well, you're going to be the first to request it so far, but you're a little bit down on the list. And if I get 2 Flagellants, I'm going to default one of them as Coviers, because duh. Hellion Flying Duchy. And I know Saline wants a Hellion, but I had to say, first come, first serve for this, so. And Bazaar says Hellion as well. Wow, you guys are back-to-back on the list. And I will have 2 Hellions, so you guys might get the 2 Hellions. T-Ducks said whatever, so T-Ducks is a Phil. Bounty Hunters also have axes. Yeah, Bounty Hunters have smaller axes, but they hit hard. Flying Duchy, on the Hellion request, you are behind bizarre. You guys signed up just in order. Jenny, we'll get you on here. If I am second, make me a Vestal Plague Doctor or Vestal for Jenny. Okay. All right, give me, I'm just trying to get everyone on here. So, Jenny, Game Maestra, Jenny. Okay, I'm just going to put Jenny because it won't fit in my Plague Vestal. Flying Duchy, I'll put you for Hellion Vestal. All right, let me see who else I'm missing. MJ Hawk, Astro Boy, Sankey, Just Rays, Babe 1004, Centurion Mercer. Crusader. Random for Centurion. Pill random. So I just need Babe, Just Race, Sankey, Astro Boy, and Jat. Jat, you were the first person to sign up. And I know you're there. Well, maybe you're not. Maybe you're AFK. Maybe you don't actually stick around. You just make it seem like you do. I'm looking at a different direction from where I normally look when I'm looking at chat. Did you tell me and I missed it? There's a lot flying past. PD run either Jester or the A-Bomb, so the A-Bomb, I guess, if Wawa wants the Jester. On either Jester or A-Bomb. Well, I'm going to have probably 2 Jesters, but I'm not sure. So, Just Ray says Crusader. I might have you guys give me a second option. Just because I don't know if I'll have 3 Crusaders. And I've got 3 signed up, although I can put JJ on a Leper. All right, Jat, Jester, A-Bomb, Extra Boy, Sankey, and Babe 1004. If I missed it in chat, just type it again, please. At least a second option, if not a third. But when I get to those, if I get to naming you, and, you know, the other options are filled that you chose, then we'll either choose then, or if you're not in chat, I'll just do the best I can. Some people are going to wind up on random classes that they didn't necessarily pick, and I don't just mean the people who signed up. Astro Boy said Phil. Sankster, did you give me a pick? Mr. Sankey? I don't see one for Sankster. And then Babe 1004, if you're in chat and you signed up, let me know. You did sign up. Let me know if you want a particular class, or if you don't know the game, I can random you, or we can just decide when we get there. No one has asked for Highwayman, so one of the people who decided to fill is probably going to get Highwayman. Because our first 2 are going to be a Crusader. Our first 4 are going to be Crusader, Highwayman, Vestal, Plague Doctor. That's always the 4 that you get at the start. Babe says Highwayman. So I don't currently have any Man-at-Arms signups. I don't have any Occultist signups. I don't have any Bounty Hunters, which is one of my favorite classes in this game. I don't have a Shield Breaker signup. Don't have a Grave Robber sign-up. One of my other favorite classes. Don't have an Antiquarian sign-up. So there's still some available if you're wanting something specific. There's options. So, Coviers! I'll get you on the list. All right. I have a document, Zionzi, made. I may put access for it available, but for now, I've got it just making it myself. Coviers, do you have a specific class preference? Because I don't know if I'm going to have multiple flagellants, but that would be what I would default you to, just with all the, you know. all the blood and pain and all that. Warcraft is not probably inspired by D&D. Warcraft is 100% inspired by D&D. They've said that. So... Hey, Jersey! Jersey, sign up and tell me what class you want, so we can get you on there as well. We haven't even started the campaign yet. I'm doing great this evening. We're gonna have some fun with some DD, and it's gonna be awesome. Just a channel point redeem. I'm just gonna turn off the Butcher Circus because it's a PvP thing and I don't need it enabled. I guess I can leave it enabled. It doesn't change anything, but that's very true, Olsen. And both are essentially inspired by D&D, as a lot of fantasy things are. Not every fantasy thing, but, you know, yeah. Jersey says leper. If I have one available, by the time we get to you, that will be the case, but we'll just see as we go. If any of you gave me a class and you would like to list a secondary option, let me know, because the roster is somewhat restricted, so. D&D is inspired in large part by Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings is a big inspiration for most of modern fantasy, and the Lord of the Rings was inspired by Tolkien's desire to create a mythology for the British Isles, which didn't have their own mythology. They had their own folk tales, fairy tales, and mythology that were told, but they were all from other sources, mainly French. And he wanted the British Isles to have their own fairy tales and fantasy lore. So he created what he created. So. Yeah, Jat. It sure does. It sure does. Yeah, basically Tolkien grew up and he would hear the, you know, all the big stories. We associate, like, you know, the Legend of Excalibur and, you know, King Arthur with, you know, kind of English and British history, but it's an amalgamation of like 3 different fairy tales, and they're primarily based out of, you know, the Scandinavian nations and France and Germany, the Germanic countries. So Tolkien he didn't grow up with British fairy tales, is the way he phrased it. So he wanted to make one for all the young kids to grow up with, having a fairy tale based in their own land. So he made Lord of the Rings, and boom. And he created one of the greatest things that's ever been gifted upon mankind. And then Amazon went and took a dump on it to make money with a TV show. Yes. All right. Bloodmoon, and we're going to go with Echo. The Echo Estate, because we are the Echo. All right, here we go. So, besides the limitations that Bloodmoon puts on the number of deaths you can have and the time limit to finish the campaign, it also increases the crit chance of all enemies by a flat 3%, which is further multiplied by the light level variant, and it increases the hit points of every enemy by 20%. So it does just get harder on the numbers too. So Alright, we'll let the intro cinematic play for those who may not have seen it, or for those who just like listening to it because Wayne June's voice is amazing. Here we go.
You will arrive along the old road. It winds with a troubling serpent-like suggestion through the corrupted countryside, leading only, I fear, to ever more tenebrous places. There is a sickness in the ancient pitted cobbles of the old road, and on its writhing path you will face viciousness, violence, and perhaps other damnably transcendent terrors. So steel yourself, and remember there can be no bravery without madness.
Let me know how the volume is.
The old road will take you to hell, but in that gaping abyss, we will find our redemption.
Can be a bit louder. I figured I might have turned it down a little too much, so. Hey, Brimcon, what's up? The overall volume was a little bit low, so we'll adjust. I turned it up a little bit. We'll adjust until we get the right spot. Saline, you want a Hellion, but there's a couple people ahead of you who requested one, so we'll just see what happens, but I will add you to the list. If you don't get Hellion, give me a second choice. That goes for anybody. Give me a second option if you don't get your first. Huh. All right. Why no join struggle, Brimcon? Okay, so the story of Darkest Dungeon, roughly, is that the estate, the ancient estate outside the hamlet, was owned by the player's ancestor or blood relative, and you are returning to the estate, so won't let you know redemption. I mean, it's there. Yeah, I mean, I see it on the list. Not sure. And, there we go. Shieldbreaker, if those are also taken in Grave Robber, after that I give up just anything. Yeah, we just started, Lan. We're just starting right now, haven't even taken the first fight. RBG says, if no A-Bomb Shieldbreaker, then Grave Robber. You know, no one else has signed up for a Grave Robber, and Grave Robber is one of my favorite classes. So, I'm just saying, it's not a bad one to land on. But I understand, you know, like what you like and want what you want. Basically, RBG, at this point, your only competition for Abomination is Jat. So if you just want to ask Jat nicely, he might give you A-Bomb, but he might not. Everything is up for grabs right now, Brimcon, because I'm just going in order of signups. I can't know when I'm going to get what class, except for the first two. So we're just going to do the best we can.
Brigands have run up.
If you guys have any questions or anything about the game, if you're not familiar with it, feel free to ask. I'll answer what I can, and if I can't, I'm sure someone in chat knows even more than I do. So it's pretty easy to understand the game loop, which I think is a great thing because the game is quite accessible. Lan Occultist. Hey, Cool Dan. Just so the people don't give A-Bomb the value it deserves. It's my favorite support hero. I use A-Bomb as a support hero. I don't use it as a damage dealer. So I don't particularly overuse A-Bomb, but I use it, I'm guessing, in the way that you like to see it used. Basically as a stun and heal, you know, not a stun bot, but yeah. Lan, no one else has requested a cultist, so can probably do that. What's up, Hillhome? Get you on the list as well. Some people are going to wind up on random classes that they didn't pick specifically because the roster is limited, and I have to make appropriate choices on how to fill the roster so that I can have the best chance of winning. So I can't just have 9 Vestals and 10 Crusaders, you know, not realistically.
Dispatch this thug in brutal fashion, that all may hear of your
Now,
arrival.
this on any difficulty, this fight can kill you. But particularly on Bloodmoon. 50% chance to stun? Ah, resisted. There's two schools of thought. Either focus the big guy, or have your highwaymen take down the Fusilier. The problem is the Fusilier has decent dodge, so he might dodge you. Dude, he's got a 50% and he's stunned twice. Ooh, but we dodged. So, get wrecked. He only had 2 health, so split the damage. Uh-oh. No crits. No crits means no big stress, which means less chance of getting negative quirks. Since Reynald already starts with, like, the worst negative quirk ever. Fucking Klepto. Zionzi, that's generally the best approach. He might die here. Yeah. He could die to the bleed. If he dies, we will just restart. I'm not starting with the dead Crusader. Also, he's very likely to get negative.
Survival is a tenuous proposition.
It's like Gatecrasher for XCOM 2. Literally. Welcome to Darkest Dungeon. Welcome back to Darkest Dungeon. It's gate crashing. It's literally like gate crashing. You gotta love it, man. That was probably the one where the Vestal comes in with freaking, what's the trait? The 1 for plus healing right off the bat. Jeez. I knew that was gonna happen on stream. Because I did the first fight, earlier, last night, so that I could set up OBS. And it went fine. And I was like, I'm gonna do this on stream and he's gonna die. We're gonna have a death. Well, I could probably still win that mission, with the Highwaymen, but I'm not gonna continue with a dead like, I'm not having my first Crusader die. So, there's, you know, you gotta love it. I said it was gonna happen. I said he can die here, and then he gets crit and dies to the bleed. The death blow chance on that bleed is pretty low, too. Well, that's the thing, though, Olsen. The I want to touch everything, which is curiosity, or curious, doesn't steal the equipment from you. Whereas his quirk steals the equipment, you lose it. Yeah. Konovich, exactly, because you only get the Plague Doctor and the Vestal in the wagon, you can't do the next dungeon, most likely, without the Crusader, without a lot of luck, so...
Brigands have run up these lanes.
Don't think there's an inherent increase to death blow chance, Crazed, but I don't know. I don't think so. It just increases the crit chance of all enemies, and their hit points.
Thug in brutal fashion, that all may hear of your arrival.
Yeah, that's true.
Confidence surges as the enemy
Oh,
crumbles.
100? You can get, like, a ton of loot off of that guy. Also, if you're playing on any other difficulty, this is a tent that you can search, which can have some really good loot in it. If you interact with this object, you get 100 stress immediately, and you can either get a virtue or an affliction. But the chance of an affliction is much higher, so... You can turn up in-game sound more.
Send these vermin a message. The right
Let me know how that
has
is.
returned, and their kind is no longer welcome.
Now, if I get a stun this... We're gonna be gate crashing for an hour? Come on, game.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's got kind of an ominous start to the run, doesn't it? With this, hey, I got a stun that time. He loses his turn. That's huge. Bleed? Alright, 2 bleed. But now he's basically immune to stun for the turn, for this turn. It's good. Low damage, a little bit of stress, but he's got a bleed going, but schmack! So I just need 5 damage to kill him. Sweet!
Size has no
Not the best, but it's probably more valuable than gold right now to get, what are these even called? Yeah, there are a ton of mods for this game, but I am doing a vanilla run with DLC. Heirlooms, thank you. It's been a while. Please don't be a negative. Fucking hell. Really? Ah, fun. Good start. I hope this Vestal has Hippocratic, but it's a really small chance.
Welcome home, such as it is.
Okay.
This squalid hamlet, these corrupted lands, they are yours now.
Like, compulsive is almost bad enough to restart. Like, it's almost bad enough to restart. Let me just get these exclamation points cleared. I'm sure this is going to fill up. You can see right there. If you lose more than 16 people, you lose the run. Your entire campaign ends. Not only does it end, but it deletes your save. It kicks you to the menu and deletes the save.
In time, you will know the tragic.
All right, let's see how. If these guys have any super bad quirks, negative quirks, I might restart real quick again. So
fools and corpses, all will find their way to us now that the road is clear.
Those are fine. Are we getting our Bonk Vestal first? Slugger, Natural Swing? This is the hardest base game difficulty, Lan. She started with Mace Bash? Wait a second. Wait a second. What? RBG, I don't know if you're in our Discord, but I'm gonna link it here in Twitch. Give me a second. Last year, or the year, late 2022, when we played Darkest Dungeon, one of our community members, Pluterio, made this video, and it's like, if you haven't seen it, go watch it, because it's fucking hilarious. Pluterio made that, and it's great. The only problem is she doesn't have Divine Comfort. She's only got Divine Grace, so she still needs to be in 3 or 4. So... Dude, she did. She got the 2 frontline abilities. Alright, not ideal, but it's not bad enough for me to consider restarting, so...
A sister of battle, pious and unrelenting.
So you can see our current roster size is capped at 10. We increase our roster size, how many heroes show up. We increase the size of the roster, and we can increase higher level recruits showing up, so that if people die and we have to recruit later, we can get higher level recruits. So... And then you unlock other buildings as you go, so... I could go to 4 right now, and then when I come out of this next mission, I'll have 4 fresh recruits. Yep.
Word is traveling.
Yep.
Ambition is stirring in distant cities. We can use this.
I think there's a higher one on that video, but yeah. That was a very fun couple missions we ran. That was all on one mission, that video, but we ran that. I built one of my Vestals because they got Natural Swing, Slugger, and then they got one of the ones that increases crit chance. So we like geared one of our Vestals towards being a bonk destroyer of undead, and it was great. And we'll try to do that again this run, because it's one of my favorite things. So, Crusader is essentially... Okay, I'll try to explain for those not familiar with the game. Every hero has 7 abilities. They'll only start with 4 initially, and you can unlock these other ones if you want later via different buildings in the hamlet as you unlock those buildings. They also have camping skills. Longer missions will allow you the option to camp partway through the mission in order to either buff up or restore yourself, because some of the missions can be quite long. Crusaders are, kind of as you would expect, a holy warrior. They can work in basically any position depending on their builds. They are a decent offensive fighter, they're a decent tank, they're a decent healer, and they're a decent stress healer / support. They're not the best at anything, but if you could only pick one hero, they would be the best because they can do everything. Highwaymen, basically straight damage with a little bit of support, but primarily straight damage. They generally work better from the back or the middle of the pack. You can see here preferred position and preferred target. These are the 4 positions from 1, 2, 3, 4, front, middle, and back. And then these are the enemy positions. So you can see, based on the abilities they have selected, where they want to stand and who they can target more efficiently. So you can see he wants to be in the middle, and he wants to target primarily number 2, but... And then she, unfortunately, came with a bad set of abilities, which is to say she has 2 abilities that want her in the front 2 positions, and 2 abilities that only work in the back 2 positions. Annoying, but... And then the Plague Doctor wants to be in the back and can target anybody. So, damage dealing, a little bit of support. Vessel is the best healer in the game. That is their number 1 function, is they are the de facto best healer in the game. They do have, if you watch that video, a specific build where against primarily undead, they can be a pretty formidable frontline combatant, or rank 2 combatant. But primarily a healer and a little bit of support. Plague Doctors are probably the best support in the game, but they also do pretty good damage, primarily through Blight, which is essentially poison. Blight doesn't work on all enemies, but the ones it does work on, it works very well against. They have the ability to shuffle the enemy around, stun the enemy, poison the enemy, and they can also cure things like Bleed and Blight off of your party. So Plague Doctor's probably one of the best, if not the best, support class in the game. So, I guess I should name these 4 right now, huh? Alright, so I've got Bogu, JJ, and MJ Hawk, and Just Raze all signed up with Crusader. Bogu said Leper Crusader, so JJ, MJ Hawk, and Just Raze. But JJ also said Leper was potential, so I could do Bogu and JJ as the 2 lepers, and that MJ Hawk and Just Raze as the Crusaders. No one else currently has signed up for Crusader, so that would seem a relatively fair way to do it. So... that would make MJ Hawk our first Crusader. Alright. That's how I'm gonna do it. So, Bogu and JJ, you guys are the only ones so far who've put Leper on there. And since I've got so many people looking at Crusader, I'm going to go ahead and do MJ Hawk as the first Crusader. Just Raze is currently going to be in the spot for the second Crusader. And then Bogu and JJ, you guys are the first 2 for Lepers. And I hope that is fair enough for everybody. Highwaymen. The only direct sign-up I have is Babe1004. Let me know if you prefer a specific way of putting your name in. I'm just going to go by your Twitch name unless you tell me something different. And if you tell me something different and it's crude or inappropriate or something I'm not going to put up there, I'll probably just use your Twitch name. So, use discretion. Okay, here's the tough one. I got to decide on Vestals. Actually, I only have a couple people signed up with Vestal as a choice. Flying Duchy said Vestal as a secondary, and Jenny said Vestal as a secondary. I don't have anyone who signed up as Vestal primary. So, if you told me anything or you haven't given me one, and you want to throw it out there, now's the time. And Jenny, you said Plague Doctor, so you're gonna get the first Plague Doctor. Flying Duchy says the Vestal. Can do. I keep left clicking and you have to right click, and it's gonna take me a minute. It's been a while since I played it. Alright. And just so I don't lose track of who I've got here, I'm just going to do Flying Duchy, Babe, MJ Hawk, and Jenny. And you are green. You're on. Sweet, our first 4. We're gonna get up to 4 more after this because it may give me duplicates, and I may not want those specifically. But all right, so we have
a mecca of madness and morbidity. Your work begins.
Yeah, there's really nothing else to do. Okay, except go on the next one. So, this is essentially the map. You have the estate map. You have different dungeons. Only one is unlocked right now. Well, technically, the darkest dungeon is unlocked right now, but we will die if we do that. So, we're going to go here. You unlock these other ones kind of as you progress. Each area, each area. Cody's here. I'll share it with you. I kind of, at the top is just my, kind of breakdown of, hold on. Freaking hell. Why you do this? Hold on one second. Okay. I'll get you access to it in just a minute. Yeah, Jersey, so we're playing with Crimson Court, the Courtyard. We're playing with all the DLCs, and we're playing on the hardest difficulty. If you're not playing with Crimson Court, the hardest difficulty is called Stygian. If you're playing with the Crimson Court, it's called Bloodmoon. So, alright, let's just, So I'm gonna need her in position 3, because she's gonna basically be healing. It's just gonna be heal and judgment spam. And then we've got Plague Grenade, Noxious Blast, Battlefield Medicine. Okay, it's not the worst starting abilities. It's not the best. So, each area will have different types of enemies that are more common, and who you take on different missions, different areas, can be very, can have a very big impact on your degree of success in those areas. Some areas, the enemies are very prone to bleeding, and they may cause a bleeding more, or they may cause a ton of blight, or be very immune to blight, or they may be undead, and so you want specific people against them. So knowing your areas and knowing who to send where can make a big impact on your success. Anytime you go into a mission, you have to provision
preparedness
via your money. So you have to spend some money
later
to provision for the journey and try to make sure you have everything you need to succeed, or at least as much as you think you'll need. some classes provide you a little bit of... So, the Plague Doctor provides you with an anti-venom. So, you know, some classes will provide you with small objects before you go. Should be good, like that. You don't want to spend too much, but I spend more than the average player, probably, because I'm bad, and I'm also haven't played on Bloodmoon in a long time, so I need to make sure I don't screw up. Okay, give me 1 second while I see why this sheet doesn't want to share properly. I don't know what's going on with this. I'm not gonna worry about it too much right now. You know, it's funny, the last time I was playing a little bit of Darkest Dungeon just on my own free time a couple months ago, I ran into the Collector on not this dungeon, but the very next one. I don't know, RBG. I haven't played in so long that I don't know if I'm going to be dipping light level for loot. Essentially, at the end of the dungeon, I'll probably do it every time. I don't know if I consider that cheesing or just good execution. But, yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I've never really done it that way in the past, and I'm kind of inclined to just keep playing the same way, and if it works, it works, and if it doesn't, oh well. Dawn, I will get you added to the list, and we will see if we can get you in. Now, not everyone's going to get on the list, the roster today, because it's a big roster that takes a while to fill, and it's going to take many sessions to fill it, so. You can also do the right before a fight ends, especially a boss fight. Yeah, Sergeant Salami, that's very true, and that's one thing I haven't done enough, mostly because I forget, because I'm stupid. But if I remember at the end of any dungeon, I will try to remember to do it. Basically, right before the final blow of the last fight of the dungeon or the boss, you can kill your light level, snuff out your torch. The lower your torch level, the higher the loot opportunities that you have available. But it has negatives in that if you're fighting in bad light, the enemies are going to be able to surprise you, your dodge is lowered, and their crit chance is increased. Whereas if you have high light level, you dodge better, you scout better, and you have a good chance to surprise the enemies, so. I'm also going to screw up on these curios the entire time, so I know that. No, I know what you mean, RBG. And Sergeant Salami, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, it is definitely one of those games where you can do everything right and still lose. 100%. Well then, Jenny just coming out the gate and being like, I got this.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
And it's been years since I played on Bloodmoon, so. So don't if you're expecting incredible gameplay, this might not be the place for you.
Even the cold stone seems bent on preventing.
Serve him with the eviction notice. Get out! See, so our light level went to dim. We get increased stress, and they get increased crits. So you have to go lower than that before you're getting any benefit. That's true, Olsen. I probably won't go that extreme on it. but we'll see. This is how it's gonna go down. I like it. So, different targets are going to have different priorities, essentially. This Acolyte causes big stress, so she's generally one of the first things you want to target. The problem is, these guys, he can't reach her, but, yeah. I'm just gonna do AoE because they're so soft, I can get through. Ooh. Unless this, no, even if this crits for 2, she's gonna live. Alright, well. She'll die in 2 turns, so she's gonna get 1 action. It'd be really nice if she missed. Oh, she's not doing stressful incantation. Hey, 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 I like it. Shuffling is also a big part of it, so you can see what just happened there. And I know a lot of you know this game very well, but there's been already a handful of people in chat who said they don't know Darkest Dungeon. So if I'm explaining things and you're going, I already know that, it's not for your benefit. I'm trying to let everyone else learn. So you can see that she just pushed the Highwayman back 2 spots. So it moved our Vestal forward, so she lost access to the 2 other abilities she had right now. But she gained access to her frontline abilities. So all in all, it could be worse. Ouchie! Don't bump me! Alright, they're dead. And she's dead.
Destroy them
all. And you don't heal between fights. So, you have to use healing abilities, or you can eat food to heal between fights, but you'll have hunger checks throughout missions of varying lengths where you need to eat, or your people will suffer either some stress or huge stress if you have no food. So you've got to be on top of it as well. So this would give me move skill chance, which I don't have any right now, move resist, and debuff resist, but negative debuff resist. I don't think there's any reason to use it right now. So, alright. So yeah, this low health, that lasts until the next fight, and possibly gets worse. Probably gets worse. Scouting? No scouting, so. Oh yeah. It's been a while. I'll remember all the little idiosyncrasies as I go of where to click and what to do, but okay. Same thing. She's the primary target. Did I look at that wrong? No, Noxious Blast is front too. This is what I want to avoid. Because of that. And it lowers light level a little bit.
How quickly the tide turns.
Also, when you get crit, you take a big stress hit. So stress, you can see there's a secondary meter. They have health and stress. If your hero's stress reaches 100, they are tested. And they either gain a virtue or they gain an affliction. Base chance is 75% affliction, 25% virtue. And if they get afflicted and then go to 200 stress, they will die of a heart attack. So stress and health, you have to manage both. And some heroes can heal stress. Landing a critical hit will heal some stress. Being critically healed from just a health heal will heal some stress, so...
The match is struck.
So now he's marked. The enemies are more likely to target him because he's marked. So I can use a bandage to get rid of this bleed, but... I don't know if it instantly kills them or just puts them to death's door. It's been a long time since I had someone die of a heart attack. So I may not know. Alright, she's dead to blight.
Slowly, gently.
Plague Doctor
This is how a
carrying her
life is
weight there. It can death blow them though. Yeah. If they're at 0, if they're on death's door, it kills them. I should have stunned the skeleton. This guy already went. But... okay, good dodge. Good dodge. Also, there used to be some strategies where you would stun an enemy or two and keep the fight going so you could heal up, but when they expanded on the game a little bit, they added in reinforcements. Your people will bitch about the fight lasting too long and they'll gain stress, and then enemy reinforcements will show up. And you don't get any additional loot for reinforcements, so you're better served to end most fights as quickly as possible. What's up, Moose?
For death.
The Crusader's basic attack, Smite, does bonus damage against undead, because, or unholy, I think is what it's listed as. Should have done that a while ago because he was bleeding, but he gained some stress heal because he got critically healed. Woo!
Is broken.
He critically hit.
The offensive.
Working a little bit of that stress off. I like it. Now, if you don't heal stress in the dungeons, there are 2 different buildings in the hamlet where you can heal stress by spending gold. There's the Abbey, and then there's the bar. And you can do different activities. You can, at the bar, you can drink, you can gamble, or you can find some company. At the church, you can meditate, pray, or flagellate to heal stress. So there are options. The best loot in the game, citrines. Don't at me. It's the least valuable gem in the game, so it's a bit of a meme, but... so what just happened there was we got a scouting result. So we scouted the corridor, so we know there's a trap in this location. That's very valuable to know. Because when we come up on a trap... so if we set this off, we take damage and stress damage. But if we know it's there or spot it, we can attempt to disarm it. And different classes have different disarming chances. So he's got a 90% to disarm. I was expecting it to fail. When he successfully disarms it, he lowers some stress. It's very nice. Yes, it's so little value that a full stack of citrine is still less than a full stack of gold. And I will still take every citrine I can, because that's part of our deal here. So, this dungeon goal is explore 90% of rooms. So, we can miss this room and get the full result, but I'll probably backtrack and loot it, so... I guess if you have low enough damage abilities, you can definitely do that, Sergeant Salami. Again, I'm gonna be fucking klepto.
If only treasure could staunch the flow.
So what happened there is instead of getting to loot this, he has kleptomaniac, prone to stealing items. So he just stole everything that was in that. Thankfully, it was mostly just food. But also, in town, will only pray for stress relief because he's got God-fearing. So quirks, you have negative and positive quirks. And the chances to gain those depend on how much stress you have during a mission, and some interactions can give you specific quirks, negative or positive. Here's a hunger check. We've got food. Everyone gets a tiny bit of healing, and we don't take any stress, so... Yes, this first map is entirely static, so... And I don't really know it that well to specifically game it, as Craze said, so... I'm just gonna basically fully explore it. Now, I bought too many torches for this mission, and I figured I probably did, but... Okay, this guy. Pretty much the same thing as the cultist, the acolyte, but he flings his nasty goblet at us, and it causes us stress, so we want to isolate him first. Tempting Goblet. Yeah, so we've got a lot of stress built up here. It's not great. That'll put me back up on total light. Also, it marks him, so he's more likely to be targeted, so immediately they target somebody else. Gotta love it. Sweet, he's dead to the Blight. So, we only suffered one Tempting Goblet. Get wrecked. He'll be dead to that in 2 turns.
Great is the weapon
Nice.
that cuts on its own.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
Another strategy with this guy is if you have the skill to juggle them into the front lines, they lack abilities to move back from there and can only do little jabs from there. Yeah, if you have, like a bounty hunter can pull them to the front, for sure. Definitely viable strategies. You couldn't do 1 more damage? That's that Bloodmoon health coming in. Dead weight, that's a shield bash. Tries to knock me back, succeeds. Occultist has the demon pull, yep. Plague Doctor can shuffle if they have the right abilities. Hey, Seer, what's up?
The slow death. Unforeseen. Unforgiving.
I should have killed this. What am I doing?
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Alright.
Foolish horrors. Brought low and
And
driven into the
I
mud.
fully expect that there are a number of you in chat who know this game far better than me, so if I'm doing things that you're thinking, why would you do that, or he's so bad,
Are
you're
often
probably
low on
right.
Supplies. In Radiance, may we find victory.
Also, as you can tell, for those who are, you know, not as familiar with the game, we do have a limited inventory for any mission, so... I'm gonna go back. I think this room has a fight in it, and I want the fight, because more... Oh, also, default order. Yeah, let me suffer from my mistakes. That's how I enjoy it. From the 1 week vacation on the German seaside, enjoyed it a lot. That's awesome. Sounds like you had some good relaxation. Now, the worst thing that could happen here is we get in a fight and they get stressed to being tested, but we'll do some Gibbs time in a bit, guys. Again, it's super hot here, and he's trying to stay cool, so... Ouchie.
Furious is the trap maker's
There's a
art.
trap that we didn't
His
detect.
efficacy unwitnessed by his own eyes.
Yeah, it's a super easy mission. That's right. Holy water on this can cure some stress. Nice AoE, great shot. I should have killed one instead of AoE'd. I could have just attacked one. It's super hot too. Like, it's freaking. I'm like on the, you know, edge of sweating, and that AC is running basically full bore.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
What did I say was gonna happen? Didn't get tested yet, so they're right on the edge.
Devastating.
They're gonna be out for a mission or two, stress relieving. Because I can
Seize this momentum.
activate this,
Push on
I
to
believe,
the
for
task
stress
at
relief on
hand.
them, but it's better to do it here because they only have 52. Yeah, so now they're more able to go on another mission. All right, so does this last corridor have a curio in it, or is it a trap? It's a curio. All the things that you interact with in the hallways are called curios. That's what the game calls them, so.
Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood.
Okay. No quirks. That's actually good to see. Because no negatives, so. Got out with the first string of the run. That's a good omen. I agree.
The tents are pitched, banners fly, and the corpse wagons stand at the ready.
So now we
Circus
have
has come to town.
the Abbey and the Tavern available for stress relief. The Butcher Circus is a PvP deal. We won't be engaging with it any during this run, basically, so. The second Darkest Dungeon? Yes, it's been out for a while, I believe, but I prefer the first by a lot. One of my favorite games ever. Let's see what new heroes we've got. Hey, at least I got, mostly uniques. Got a Grave Robber. Ugh. That's so bad. Light Sensitive is not good for my playstyle. We got our Antiquarian. To decide on if I'm doing... Why do you have Hippocratic? Why can't my Vestal have Hippocratic? Fucking hell. Ugh, some bad quirks. We'll be able to treat those eventually, but... Alright. To decide if I'm doing double Houndmaster or not on this run, because if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna pick them up now. Although I could just go with one and leave this one off because of some of these just not being good right now. Alright, now I've got to think for a moment. Yeah, I could grab and dump, but... There's really no reason to grab and dump them. I can dump them once they're, like, I can grab them and hold them, not name them, and then if I get better before I level them up any, I can dump them then. So there's really no reason not to grab all of them right now. It doesn't cost you
Those
anything.
with a keen
so...
eye. Gold gleams like a dagger's point.
Okay, so, Antiquarian. I'm only gonna have one on the roster. Tippler doesn't concern me too much. I'll get rid of this, or if they only drink, then they only drink. Not a big deal. There are far worse negatives I could have. So I'm only gonna have one Antiquarian on the roster. I don't have anyone who specifically signed up for Antiquarian, but I do have 4 people who signed up as basically anything. Cooldan said they would take Antiquarian. I can do that. I don't know if Antiquarian's cool. Let me make sure I didn't miss anybody on the list. Cooldan. But, just for the sake of fairness, if anyone who signed up ahead of Cooldan, meaning anyone else who signed up so far today, wants the Antiquarian, now's your time to speak up. So I'll give you a couple minutes to decide. Antiquarians essentially are relatively weak in combat. They have the ability to buff the party relatively well with invigorating buffers, which is a dodge. But their primary function is that they open up additional loot when you're in dungeons and can really up the income that you make. So, Antiquarians can be really cool, but they're usually considered weaker because their direct combat use is relatively low. Now, they do have some very unique situations. Fortifying Vapors, you know, can heal and give resists. Invigorating Vapors buffs your dodge a ton, so... Useless, rich, and drunk. That sounds fantastic. No one else has said anything, so I'm gonna go with... I am Cool Dan. So, also, there are different color palettes for each hero. If you guys want to look at them online, you can, or I can just click through them real fast. And, so, Cool Dan, for example, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4. If you like one of those better than the other ones, let me know. I tend to just go with kind of the default, but I think it also looks really decent on the Antiquarian, so... I was forced to become an Antiquarian myself, because pretty much everything in my fridge seems to have expired. Nice. I'm not sure about this Grave Robber right now, because Light Sensitive sucks for me. And none of these traits are particularly incredible. Nocturnal and Precise Striker. Nocturnal's not great, and Precise Striker's not particularly good, but he does have Blackjack, which is his melee ability. This sucks. And Hippocratic is pointless, although he does have a healing skill, self-healing, with Lick Wounds. So... I don't know. Man, that's tough. That's a really bad first wagon. Alright, Cove Scrounger, Cove Explorer. What did we unlock? Yeah, it's another Ruins or the Farmstead. Alright. We need stress relief on Jenny. So you have different options for stress relief. The Caretaker will occupy one different stress relief activity every week, basically making it unavailable to you. Gambling. If you gamble, there's a chance that you can lose a trinket because your hero gambles and screws up. If you drink at the bar, there's a chance they wander off drunk for a week and aren't available for a mission. If you meditate, there's basically an effect at almost any stress relief that you do where they may not be available for the next week. So, these, as you go down, they go up in cost, but they go up slightly in how much stress they heal as well. So... Alright, you're gonna meditate. And just like, what we looted a lot of during that mission was heirlooms. Heirlooms are used to upgrade the buildings in the hamlet. So, upgrade the size of the barracks, how many heroes show up each time. At the tavern and inn, you can increase the effect, the amount of stress recovery from any activity, and eventually you can upgrade how many slots are available in each one. So, nothing to unlock right now. The Nomad's Wagon sells trinkets, but I can't remember ever buying one from there, so... And then the Survivalist Camp will unlock camping skills. Alright, I gotta decide on who I'm keeping. Because if I'm gonna send any of them out, I need to send some of them out now. I could just go with the same 3 and the Antiquarian on this mission, since I'm not sure about them yet, and none of them are particularly good. The Grave Robber's decent in the Ruins, but not particularly good. I feel like she's better in the Cove. The Grave Robber can do well anywhere, but better in the Cove. Oh, alright, I need some water. Alright. So generally how I choose where I'm going to go is based on oftentimes the reward that I'm going to get. So you'll get a number of different heirlooms and usually a trinket based on where you're going, so. And the length of the mission. Now, on a harder difficulty, like Bloodmoon, you're generally better served to do medium missions, I believe. If you can, because you're going to get more resolve experience, but you're also going to fill up the level of the area faster. And you can't send people who are too low level or too high level into different areas. So, yeah. Accuracy and dodge, negative 10% stress. That's actually a really good reward, too, for early. I mean, considering I'm not seeing any great rewards here, that one might be the best. May get stress heal for the Crusader? I would, except that I can't yet. We can't train abilities yet. We have to do one more mission to unlock the blacksmith in the guild. Right, you want to maximize the number of weeks by getting it as much experience as you can out of every week, because you can only do 99 or 100 weeks. So, the more you get out of each week, the better you're gonna do. So. I think I'm gonna go for the Book of Relaxation. And I'm probably just gonna go like this. Alright, you've got Nervous Stab, which is garbage, Festering Vapors, which is meh, Flash Powder, which is not terrible, but no one here stealths yet, and you have Protect Me. That is just so bad. But Light Sensitive is garbage. I can get rid of it eventually, but...
New donation from Murderous Prophet for $50. Murder the murderous murder victims.
That is Coviers, the Murder Prophet. Thank you so much for that massive donation, Coviers. That is extremely generous and very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Yeah, Force Guard is fine, but it's like the only ability there that's not trash. Osmond here, I think I could keep. I'm not keeping this guy. I should just ditch him now, but... You know, he does have Stress Heal. But he could actually be good in slot 2 right now. I'm gonna take the Antiquarian. We're gonna take this group, and we're gonna be fine. Surprised they let me mortgage a cardboard box for 50. Coviers, thank you very much for the amazing support. It means a lot, brother. That's true, there's no food in the ruins, but I'm not thinking about the ruins. What's the #1 place you send a Houndmaster? If you try to maximize the efficacy of a hero to the region you send them, the #1 place you send the Houndmaster is to the Warrens, because of bleed. And what do you see constantly in the Warrens? Food. It's freaking horrible. It's not good. Like, it would be better on literally any other hero. Okay, I think I'm committed to this, these 4, so. Now, in a medium dungeon, you get a firewood to start a campfire. In a long dungeon, you get 2 firewoods to have 2 campfires, so. Do I need 2 stacks? I'm almost broke. Any materials or provisions you don't use during a mission do get sold back at the end, but for a relatively limited amount, so.
The fiends must be driven back.
Now,
And
the
what
first
better
mission
place to
after the
begin
tutorial
than the seat
is
of our
scripted.
noble
Everything
line?
else after that is going to be randomly generated. This is actually a very small medium. How awesome would it be if this was the collector? There is a chance. A hallway fight? Right away?
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear. Such a terrible assault cannot be left unanswered.
Up his dodge, up his protection. He immediately gets crit. Sweet! And stressed. This is gonna be a fun dungeon. Eldritch. Yeah. Sorry, I just saw the... Yeah, someone already answered, obviously.
The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
Ooh, good dodge. Good dodge. Can we hit this bitch? There we go. Dodge! Alright, 2 damage. Yeah, no additional abilities yet, so good dodge. Good dodge. Smackety smack, don't talk back. Get wrecked, Skelly boy! Stab.
As the fiend
Cool Dan, whipping out the kukri saying, bitch, you got wrecked. Do it again. Antiquarians aren't good in combat, I'll fucking show you. Holy shit. Okay, we turned that fight from looking pretty shitty in the first turn to pretty good on the end.
As victories mount,
So this right here,
so too will resistance.
this rare antique, that's specifically because we have the antiquarian in the mission, in the party. And we want to have her loot every curio, because better loot will show up. Now this is the blood. The DLC, the Crimson Core, adds essentially vampiric enemies to everything. And, yeah, that's gonna be fun later. Books. Okay, this is where I am gonna have to start reopening my curio knowledge. Oh god, I don't want to do this right now. I gotta think, or I gotta look it all up, and I don't want to look it all up. I know you can burn them for stretch increase. Yeah, pretty much I think the math says never read books. Like, mathematically, it's not the right choice. So... Ooh, scouting. Complete 100% of room battles. There's not a room battle there, but there probably is there. So we're gonna keep going this way. Don't forget your
Even the
shovels.
cold
These suck
stone
if you
seems
forget
bent
shovels.
on preventing
Not
passage.
Bucks! Go away, Bucks! Do I coin flip it? Nah. Nah. Hey, Hellgraph, what's up? Yeah, we're here. Don't steal. So the antiquarian loot in this minor antique, that's pretty much the main function of the antiquarian. More money. Watch your fucking step. Fuck it. For the first session, I'm probably gonna be looking up some curios. This is a holy water one. Yeah, it's damage. Okay. It's like, I think this is damage till camp, but I can't remember all these since I haven't played in a couple years. It's not a holy water purge, it's a holy water buff. So... which is probably worth it. Yeah, it's 30%. We're getting good scouting. Another hallway battle. You gotta remember this is a medium, so I can camp at any time. Okay. This is stress relief with holy water. Okay. After about one time through each curio, I'll remember them again, but... yeah, I think it's only a 25% to purge a negative quirk, or else you gain 15 stress half the time. On that confession booth. Fuck me, I guess. Jeez. They're gonna try to cost me a hero on, like, the second actual dungeon we do. How about you don't, game? How about you don't? What's up, Bjorn? We'll add you to the list.
The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
Alright, we're probably gonna camp after this fight the way it's going. Please stop trying to die. Bro! We're on highlight for a reason. Can we act like it? Son of a bitch! Ah! If we do terribly today, we'll just restart tomorrow. Today could be a dry run.
Continue the onslaught.
Holy shit, seriously. Back off! Oh, it's not like he's marked or anything. It's not like he's marked. Just keep ignoring him. It's okay. So irritating.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
Fuck you! She's... seriously?
Frustration and fury. More destructive than 100 cannons.
Yeah, Abusive's terrible right now. We've still got a lot of dungeon left, too. He's dead, probably. Fucking hell.
plan is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Not a good start.
Explorers, brought low and driven into the mud.
I still got up to 5 fights left.
Huddled together, furtive and vulnerable. Rats in a maze.
I'm sorry, I'm not really talking about what we're doing here. So when you camp, you have a certain amount of time, and each ability you have uses up some of that time for different effects. So, I had Bandit Sense and I didn't use it. And I should have. So hopefully we don't get ambushed.
The darkness holds much worse than mere trickery and boogeymen.
Alright, we're probably gonna lose. And if we get party wiped or lose basically anyone here, I'm probably just restarting the run, so. Oh, man. You know, the biggest annoyance with restarting this campaign, this run, is that the first 2 missions are... You do the first mission is the same every time, so it's... Fucking seriously.
A single strike.
Yeah. At this point, I almost don't care. Yeah, if I can bandage her if it doesn't kill her, but if it kills her at the beginning of the turn, she doesn't get to use a damage. Or a bandage. She'll just die. And we just camped, so we're coming out of our camp with max... Yeah, this run's over.
Set the stage.
No, not hopeless, just realistic, pragmatic. If I were, playing this for the sole purpose of having a successful run, I'd have already restarted. We just camped, and we have no health, full maximum stress. This is over.
Annihilated.
Okay, there's a difference between accepting that people will die, Hellgraph, and having people die at the very beginning of a run.
A dizzying fall.
Because the earliest part of this campaign is the hardest. And no, this is not fine. That's essentially like saying, oh, well, you did your first mission on your impossible Iron Man Long War run, and 4 of the rookies died, but just keep going. It's more of the economics of the quality of it. I've spent less than, I could go through those first 2 missions again in, 30 minutes and have a lot better position. Yeah, well, that's the thing, Trace. I don't expect them to last that long. Yeah, also, that's the other thing. If I lose people here, I can only lose a maximum of 16 people for the entire run, or the game literally deletes your file. So losses are not fine. Especially early. You can't just be like, oh, it's fine, they died. It probably should be, but when I've got, half the people in chat who are actually talking saying, oh, no, just roll with it.
That's a lot of damage.
Sarcasm doesn't convey through text, Bjorn. Look, crit chances are increased on Bloodmoon difficulty, but
terrible vistas of emptiness reveal themselves.
That's a restart. My first, and as of right now, only Vestal is dead. That's a restart. Because I can't even clear the rest of this mission. Let alone,
Teetering on the brink, facing the abyss.
Sorry, nobody's dead yet. Yeah, that was quick.
Decimated.
And yes, I'm obviously a little bit frustrated, but...
More blood soaks the soil, feeding the...
I'm sorry, nobody's dead yet! Fucking hell, man.
Perched at the very precipice of oblivion.
The only reason I'm not restarting is I'm letting myself cool down a little bit. Because I'm very annoyed right now.
More dust, more ashes, more disappointment.
Oh my god! The death blow chance is not that high. 3 in 1 fight is ridiculously bad odds. Ridiculously bad odds.
Push on to the task.
Alright. We're gonna do 2 things. I'm gonna take a quick break, and we're gonna run a raffle. First raffle of today. So, let's go ahead and get a raffle going, and then we're gonna restart. Those of you who got in will be the first people in again. I can't guarantee I'll get an antiquarian, but the other 4 will be the first 4 that get in.
I said it looks
So,
What's it look like now? Looks good.
okay. So, for those who don't know or are newer here to the channel, we are in the middle of, literally the middle of today, or halfway through tomorrow, Operation Echo, 33 straight days of streaming that I am doing as a way to give back the only thing I have to give to this community, which is my time. 33 straight days, minimum 4 hours a day. We are in the middle, day 16. It's been a ton of fun so far. We're going to keep going, but during the entire marathon, we are giving away games, mostly donated by our awesome community and a few by myself. So click the link and enter the raffle. You can enter, and if you win, you get to pick a game off the list. We'll get you the code, and you get to enjoy an awesome game. There's a lot of great games on the list. The raffle is going to run for roughly 5 minutes. I am going to stand up, stretch, take a break, refill my drink, and get ready for another attempt, because welcome back to Darkest Dungeon and Bloodmoon difficulty. Gotta love it. So, quick break for me, 5 to 6 minutes. I will be back right as the raffle ends or just after. We'll pull a winner for the raffle, and we'll restart or start again and see if we can get our footing under us and go a little bit further. Thanks, folks, and I'll see you in just a minute. Okay, I have no idea why, because I clicked the button, but it didn't run the ads. So I'm going to run them real quick right now, since they're about to start in like 4 minutes. And then we'll pick a winner for the raffle as soon as the ads end. So if you see ads, I'll see you in just a few minutes. If you don't, well, we'll just hang out for 3 minutes. Alright. Coviers, I gave you access to the sheet. Literally the top of it is just, I'm gonna shoot you a Discord message with the link. The top of it is just me kind of flexing out how I want to build the roster. The bottom is where I'm gonna, we can organize it better, but I'm trying to get the list going of who's on, who's named, what classes, all that jazz. So we'll figure it out as we go. Again, you don't have to help, you don't have to do anything with it, but if you want to, there it is. I need to make sure I've got everybody added. So Jersey, Saline, Brimcon, Hillhome, Cooldown, Dawn, Hellgraph, Bjorn, Dawn, Hellgraph, Bjorn, and TNT and Wartang and Incredulous Need. Okay, nice. Alright, if you guys are on the list, you can tell me which classes you would prefer. Give me at least 2 options, because we've already got some people locked in. I'm doing the roster on first come, first served basis. Currently looking at it, everyone who's signed up will get a hero, but I can't guarantee you'll get the one you want, specifically. So, and I am pouring myself a soda because I'm cranky at the game. Wow, it beat the hell out of me, huh? Moose, there's just a channel point redeem. Vestal or Jester. Nice. We can mark that. Vestal, Jester, and Phil. Sankey, I don't know if you're still here. I still never heard from Sankster. And it's more because the roster is limited in size. You can only have so many heroes. 29 is the maximum. And you don't want just... You want generally at least one of everything, and you kind of have to get multiple healers. And multiple tanks. Damage dealers, because there's more variety, some of them you wind up with only one. Currently, my roster count is 29, but that only includes 2 Vestals and 2 Occultists. Normally I run 3 Vestals. I'm just trying to decide which DPS I drop for a Vestal. I'm leaning towards running only 1 Jester this campaign. Normally I run 2 Jesters, 1 Houndmaster, but I'm leaning towards running 2 Houndmasters, 1 Jester. Because I've currently got it as 1 Abomination, 1 Antiquarian. Those aren't going to change. I'm only going to run 1 of each of those. 1 Arbalist, that's also not going to change, because 1 Musketeer is essentially a second Arbalist. I've got it listed for 2 Bounty Hunters and 2 Crusaders, which I feel like is pretty much... You need 2 Crusaders, I feel, in my approach. 2 Bounty Hunters could be flexed. Any of the DPS could be flexed. I only have 1 Flagellant on there. I like Flagellants, and I would like to run a second one. I just don't know what I would drop to do it. 2 Grave Robbers, 2 Hellions. I've got it listed as only 1 Highwayman, and I'm not sure that I probably want to run 2. 2 Houndmasters, 2 Jesters, 2 Lepers, 2 Man-at-Arms. Leper and Man-at-Arms, another set I think you need 2 of because of front lining. Lepers. Yeah. 2 occultists, 2 plague doctors, 1 shield breaker, double vestal. I don't really know how much I would flex that. Shield breaker, I ran 2 last time, but probably just 1. Plague doctor, they're so versatile. I think you usually want 2. Occultist, I could drop occultist to 1, but that's technically a healer. Gloomcat, Bounty Hunter. No one has requested Bounty Hunter, and you are, like, 5th on the list, so you'll probably get the first Bounty Hunter. Gloomcat, so... let's see. And because you can't just hire what you need, you basically have to go with what's coming in on the cart in the early part of the campaign. You can't necessarily choose, oh, I'll take one of these and one of those and 2 of these. You kind of just gotta go, I guess I'll take these and adjust accordingly. Not sure how I'm gonna flex that around, but Bounty Hunter could be dropped to 1. Bounty Hunters are strong, though. Like, they can hit hard. And you definitely want a Bounty Hunter for the Warren's boss fights. Like a Bounty Hunter for the Wield boss fight. Bounty Hunters are great in almost any boss fight. Because they just hit so hard. I like Grave Robbers. You could probably go with 1 Grave Robber, but I like 2. Grave Robber's one of my favorite classes, but that's probably a flex where I could drop 1 Grave Robber for a 2nd Flagellant. Flagellants can be really powerful. But I've only got 1 Highwayman listed, and I really like double Highwaymen, especially for the Corvid fight. Double reposting Highwaymen can be devastatingly good. Could you go with 1 Plague Doctor? Man, they're so versatile. Not going with less than 2 Vestals and almost want like 3 or 4. Houndmaster's really good, but you pretty much I pretty much only use the Houndmaster in the Warrens. I could use it in the Wield more. Houndmaster's not bad on the farmstead either. And pretty good in the Crimson Court. Ah! We'll see what the game gives us, we'll adjust accordingly, I guess. Because the game might just kill me again, so... Echoing Estate. There we go. Crusader, Man-at-Arms, Wartang. Assassin? There's not really an assassin. Highwayman? Grave Robber? Like, there's a lot of DPS there, but... Also, I'm pretty sure the first 2 Crusaders are pretty much already spoken for, Wartang. But I don't have any Man-at-Arms. Oh! Let's pull a winner for the raffle. Thank you. I'm sorry. Let's see. Pick a winner for the raffle, and the winner is... Boogaloo! Congrats, Boog, you won! You get to pick one and enjoy. Alright, here we go. Let's try not to get wrecked.
These lanes. Keep to the side path.
No, this is round 3. We lost in the very first mission earlier. Lost. My Crusader got killed in the old road earlier, so this is technically our 3rd go of the day.
An ambush. Send these vermin a message. The rightful owner has returned, and their kind is no longer welcome.
Oh, come on. 100 gold for the second time in a
These
row.
nightmarish
Son of a
creatures can be
bitch.
felled. They can be beaten.
Moose, I haven't had time to put anything together for D&D. I won't have any time to work on anything D&D for at least a couple weeks because of the marathon, but I'd like to play again at some point. I should just eat that food on him before I came into this fight. Got him!
Brutal fashion, that all may hear
I'm
of your
annoyed and
arrival.
letting it get to me already. No stun. Please don't miss. Like, his dodge chance is 7. Yeah, my chance to hit is 78 here. Thank you.
Disadvantage. Give them no quarter.
No, Saline, I would consider doing it at some point. It's just a matter of time. It takes a lot of time to run a good D&D campaign, and I will have that time if once the marathon is over and if I kind of get my non-stream schedule a little bit better organized. But
Precision and power.
okay.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
We had such low stress. And he still gets a negative there.
Welcome home, such as it is. This squalid hamlet, these corrupted
I also
lands,
tend to overbuild and
They're yours
overplan
now.
when I do almost
And you are
anything
bound to
creative,
them.
so I would spend a lot of time making a D&D campaign, and that's not a bad thing, I don't think, but it does take a lot of time. Alright, let's see. Good traits.
women and men, soldiers and outlaws, fools and corpses.
Hot to try.
All will find
Plus
their way
20%
to us now that the
accuracy,
road
plus
is clear.
25% damage, and plus 5% crit on the first round. Calm. Minus 15% damage on the first round. I guess at least she's got 3 abilities from slot 3 now. Still didn't get Divine Comfort, but Judgment, Dazzling Light is a stun and torch, so this is probably better.
A sister of battle, pious and unrelenting.
That's one of the worst. She got blinding gas, though.
What better laboratory than the blood-soaked battlefield?
In time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings.
Trinkets and charms, gathered from all the forgotten corners
Okay.
of the earth. Most will end up here, covered in the poisoned earth.
I can see
merciful oblivion.
Kovier's working on the sheet over here. I appreciate it.
A mecca of
The
madness
ones marked in
and
green are
morbidity.
the 4 that are named
Your
right
work
off because they were the
begins.
first 4 in. So, and they're going to be the first 4 in again. This roster is going to be pretty static until we get past, say, week 4 or 5. If people start dying in mass, then we'll just go. I hate that I can't hold backspace and hit backspace here. I am trying to let's click again, and it doesn't fucking do anything. Okay. First four are in. Alright.
The cost of preparedness, measured now in gold, later in blood.
It's only one holy water in the first one. Think that's right? Should be all I need. And just in case bleed gets out of hand because we didn't get battlefield medicine this time. I can agree with that, Olsen. I think that that's a pretty good assessment. Because you have less control over some of the stuff like quirks and the way stress management works and which heroes come in on the wagon, so... Saline, I just scrolled up a little bit in my chat and I saw you talking about that thing that we don't talk about here, so... We don't talk about that abominable show of disgustingness. I'm joking, I mentioned it earlier.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles. Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
I'm gonna go through this dungeon as, rather quickly if I can.
Even the
Get back to
stone
more new
seems
stuff.
bent on preventing passage.
I'm trying to click my torch before... And resist the stun on 25%. Sure, why not? Fantastic. Shuffles are so brutal in the early game when you have no ability to reposition.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. Press this advantage. Give them no quarter. Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
We got our citrine, so we're all gravy. Crests, not bad. Ooh. So I can tell you this, Coviers, Bogu and JJ are going to get the 2 lepers. So anyone else who requested a leper is probably going to wind up on something else. Because they were the first 2 to make... Did I seriously get shuffled again while in Radiant Light? You do, Cool Dan, because you're the only person who requested or spoke up and said anything about Antiquarian. So unless you specifically don't want it or want something else, you'll probably get the only one that goes on the roster. Unless it dies, there won't be a second one. Dude, what is with the freaking no, Hellgraph. I am not good enough at this, especially on this difficulty. I would love to do a run like that, and I mess around with one in my free time a little bit, but need to play consistently to get good enough to manage that right now. And I would call it a Highlander run, because, you know, Highlander, there can be only one. I've taken so much damage that I didn't need to take this fight because I got shuffled while in full fucking radiant light. Houndmaster, at least one is picked, and I don't know that... That's the one I'm not sure if I'm running 1 or 2. So... I still gotta decide.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Very nice, Coviers. I appreciate it. Okay, so I'm getting whooped so far in the first little predetermined piece of piss dungeon. That's just great. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Ambushed by foul invention.
Ugh. I would say that given the math in this can be somewhat worked out, there are definitely objectively better or worse builds, but I do find that there's enough flexibility here to allow you to build outside of the defined builds and do well enough.
Awarded to the
Picking up
brave and the
food
foolhardy
is
alike.
essentially picking up healing right now, so there are worse things I could have looted. Look, when I played my Long War run, I had Rifle Rocketeer builds, and people were like, that's just bad, and I'm like, look what they do. Even if the math says one thing is... See, that's always bothered me. If you make them eat, it should delay hunger checks. We literally all just shoved a ton of food in our gullets, and then the game's like, hunger check. We walked 14 feet! Look, I know I'm a fat ass and I get hungry between the kitchen and my office, even when I'm carrying a snack. But still! Ugh. They must have eaten Chinese takeout or something. One of those types of meals where you eat it and then 10 minutes later you go from full to starving instantly. Okay. I've beaten this game before. I've even beaten it on this difficulty before, so it's just a matter of locking in, getting it done.
Annihilated.
The way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
That was a nice crit. Get dodged, fucker. Stop it. Don't shoot, Dutchie.
A decisive pummeling.
Game said, just hold my beer. I
A dizzying
got
blow to
this.
body and
Fuck
brain.
you! Apparently he was like, I can do that too. Another thing that's probably obvious to a lot of people, but, you know, crowd control and action economy are huge factors in this game. Which, essentially the same thing. Because if you can take their actions, their action economy suffers, and yours goes up, but...
Impressive.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
I didn't need to bring an anti-venom. There's no blight in this dungeon. I guess there's a chance. No. I don't think any of the traps here can cause blight. They cause bleed, if anything. Got obsessed with the game after Voice kept rambling about it. By the time he had a run on stream, I'd beaten Crimson Court, one trip on Bloodmoon, and then quickly OD'd on it and never touched it again. Fair. Fair. It is one of my favorite games of all time. That doesn't mean it's not a ruthless bitch sometimes, but... Nice dodge. It's a fight against 3 here, and, yeah. Our stress is a lot higher than it was the first time we came through here. Like, overall, we had a lot of stress on, like, 1 or 2 people before, and now we have stress on everybody. It's not a ton, but it's enough that it's a problem. Oh, that sucks, Moose!
passion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
Destroyed. Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken. Secrets and wonders can be found in the most tenebrous corners of this place.
I think we made more money this time. Ugh. Whoa! Okay, this could be good or bad. Really good or really bad, or right in the middle. Stress faster, okay. The yips. Fucking seriously. Okay.
The tents are pitched.
The
Banners
yips
fly,
and curious.
And the corpse wagons stand at the ready.
Alright.
The circus has come to town.
Why do I have 2 plague doctors there? Really? These are pretty garbage, but at least they have Iron Swan.
Barbaric rage and unrelenting savagery
Fucking-
make for a powerful ally.
Oh, man. Alright. That's the challenge.
Searches where others will not go.
Fear of unholy, fear of...
Sees what others will not see.
Well, the difference there is that they've already gained some resolve experience, so... Alright, better abilities here. It would make wound care better. It makes leeches a little bit better. Makes self-medicate. So Healer's Gift isn't the worst on them, but... Blinding Gas would be better, but... I might not even have to send them in the field before I can unlock it. Natural doesn't... I tend to put trinkets on when I have them. But before you have trinkets to even use, it's great. But late game, I always deploy with trinkets. And Double Fear, just... They're gonna stack up stress like crazy. So I think we take this one and we just ignore this one.
Laboratory than the blood-soaked battlefield.
Whew. Is not allowed to gamble while in town, and he got skilled gambler.
The cobwebs have been dusted, the pews set straight.
That's why they don't let him do it.
The Abbey calls to the faithful.
Probably this one. Okay. No more innocence! Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Echo. Glad to have you here. Hope you're doing well today. I'm stumbling my way back into Bloodmoon, which I haven't played in quite a while, and we've already been whooped today, badly. So, stick around for me getting wrecked by the game. Okay, Cool Dan. You are in. Unless, Cool Dan, speak up now. Unless you want to have something else, I'll give you the one antiquarian on the roster. It's time to suffer? Yes, indeed. Okay, who am I giving the Hellion to? Let me take a look. The first request in order was Bizarre. And then Saline. Is that the only ones I have for Hellion? Because if so, right now, that would be my two Hellions. Looks like it. Alright, well, Saline, you'll get the next one, but Bizarre was the first to redeem, so... I'm considering leaving MJ Hawk and taking this. I could put Cooldan in slot 2. I'm sorry, Saline. It was the best way I could do it, man. This I did with first redeem, first in, but you're currently the only other person who's requested a Hellion specifically, so you're gonna get the next one. Unless you keep throwing a fit, and then I'm gonna make you an antiquarian that never goes in the field. You know I'm joking, and I know you're joking. Hey, Mayhem King Willows, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. I'm trying to decide on if I want to take... Because he's got a little bit of stress built up, but we do have the opportunity to camp. What do our camping skills look like? Stress, damage. Probably not party. Nope, Moose, everyone fights. Nobody quits. If you don't do your job, I'll shoot you myself. Welcome to the Roughnecks. I don't have a nighttime safety because this is gonna suck. If we die, we're just gonna restart again. Let's go. Yeah, the Iron Maiden. Okay. Come on, you apes, you want to live forever? Thank you all for hanging out tonight. I am enjoying getting back into Darkest Dungeon. It's been more than a year since I played it regularly, but
once familiar.
you know, Bloodmoon welcomed us mightily today. Okay, explore 90% of rooms. So I don't need to go to this room, but I want to see what this fight is. Because there's always the chance that that's a collector. I need to look back at the specifics of where... Like, you can tell if you can see enough of the map when a collector is or isn't going to spawn, but... I also want this curio. I don't want this fight. You know what? We've got stress heal right here, and we're gonna fucking need it right away. Alright.
The light, the promise of safety.
What's the damage here? 6 to 12. This could kill. Not quite, but close. That's one of the best abilities for Hellion, is the ability to cherry pick a backline support with a big hit. And sometimes that's enough. We're gonna get another tempting goblet. Oh, we might not. We might not. Yeah.
Surges as the enemy crumbles.
But it can only target the back row. So. Position 3 is probably consistently one of the hardest to target. Mayhem, I have a channel point redemption for it. We do have quite a few people signed up, and this roster has some limited space. But if once you have enough channel points, or if you have enough now, you definitely can, and we'll add you to the list. Right now, we have... We might be getting there. We have 24 people signed up, and this maximum roster size is 29. So if someone dies, they don't get back on. So more slots could open up later if people die, which would mean the maximum possible for this run, assuming you do the Heart of Darkness fight with a full party of 4, is 29 plus 14. And the reason I do it as a channel point redeem and a little bit higher, not just like 100, is to give people who are here regularly the, you know, the chance to get in, since they're the ones who are here all the time dealing with my shit. Brett. Brett. Don't miss. Don't do 5, do 6. Do 6 and kill him.
As the fiend falls, the faint hope blossoms.
Nerd. It's not that I dislike the Antiquarian, it's just that their usefulness in combat is limited, which makes their usefulness overall feel more limiting than some other classes.
Press this
They have a great
Give them no quarter.
niche in that they can massively increase your income, but you don't need multiple of them to do that. You can accomplish that with one. And the way I tend to play, I tend to have quite a bit of money anyway. Now, it's been a while since I played on Bloodmoon. That's true, but we're gonna go down because backtracking is actually more stressful than just walking down and back. So, no, it's not that I dislike antiquarians, it's just that with a limited roster size, I don't feel like I need two of them. One will do it. This is holy water for a chance at gems. It's funny, Hillhome, I'm literally trying to remember one right now as you say that. Gotta have the citrine. We are not leaving behind the most valuable gem objectively. That's awesome, Blue. I'm glad to hear it, brother. I do have a fight. Okay. Soft fight should be okay.
Weakened.
You tell them. Stun them all. Oh, come on. We had a triple stun going there, Flying. What the hell are you doing? This ability is not objectively very good, but these enemies are so soft. I should probably just concentrate one down at a time, but
Destroy them.
again,
all.
bad at games. So that's true, Lan. That's true. Look, if I'd have put 2,000 hours into Darkest Dungeon like I put 2,000 hours into FTL, I'd probably still forget what half the Curios interactions are. There's actually a mod. So there's a number of really cool, simple mods that will add a little indicator icon that says, hey, this item. The game also does it automatically, technically, but I'm trying to, you know.
Masterfully executed. Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
Your mom precipitates a dizzying fall. Get wrecked! Come on. Kill. 9 both times. And you can't reach them. Lowers accuracy, they might miss. Not you, them! Hey! Accuracy debuff for the fucking win! Don't bump in the night me, I bump in the night you. Yeah, you bet. Stop it. Get your dirty spit cup off me. It's probably filled with blood. It's all red, so yeah, probably. I've had about enough of your shit, people. What the fuck? Their dodge chances are not that high.
Cleansed from our lands.
I guess those weren't even dodges. Those were just us missing. Dude, he's gonna get fucking virtue tested. Like, here it is. Oh my god. He's at 99. Are you kidding me, game?
Executed with impunity.
You couldn't have done that last turn and he wouldn't be at fucking 99 stress? Come on, crit! He's gonna get to go before we do. Alright. You can't even reach him. Actually, you... Nope. That's range 1. It's the other ability that's range... for 3. Annoying! You need to land this with a crit to stress heal him. Bitch!
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
I can't afford to camp this early. We have a whole... We've done 2 fights! Yes, we are, Thorax. What's up, Pluteria? Welcome back! It's absolutely awesome. Thank you very much for that amazing continued support. 25 months total, Pluterio. That is amazing. More than 2 years. Thank you very much. Hope you're doing awesome today, sir. All right. I know, bookshelves are bad. Yeah, there's no stress relief, so... Bitch and a half!
Imaginations spring to life with a singular purpose.
Yikes! No scouting either? Brother. If I can get to at least, like, 2 of these rooms and then camp. Am I using another holy water here? Sorry, Thorax. Yeah. The game is beating me, so I might be a little bit less enthused at moments, but yes. So yeah, the game tells you which curio. Once you've gotten it right once, you can see the little indicator here. Is this not capturing my cursor? Hold on. Are you guys able to see my cursor? Because OBS, I'm not seeing it. Like, can you see it right now? But there's an indicator below the holy water. Okay, see, I have it. It literally is set to capture cursor. Why is it not showing my motherfucker? Give me a second. Literally, capture cursor is checked. What do you want from me? I know you can't see me right now. Give me a second. Dude, I have capture cursor on here, and it's still not showing it. I don't know what's going on with that, but... Bloom Cat, thank you so much for gifting a sub to the community, which was to... Who did it land on? Why did it not show me? God damn, thank you so much, Gloom Cat. That's awesome. Yeah, so I don't know why it's not capturing my cursor because it's supposed to, but if you look at the holy water, you can see the coins. Instead of the question mark under it, there's the little coins. That means that it works on this curio. So the game does track it, but you have to get it right at least once. But after that, you don't have to remember. The game tells you. It remembers if you've done it right. Now, the thing here is, I'm almost full on inventory, and this holy water could give me stress relief later. So, I'm actually gonna hold on to it. Hey! Abdelkarim? Hello, welcome on the YouTube side. GG indeed.
A handsome reward for a task well performed.
Dude, how many traps are you gonna set off, you...
Mind that such missteps are the exception, and not the rule.
Well, that's the thing. I did it as a game capture, and I did it as a window capture. So, either way, it does not want to... Now I see the cursor. Look, now the cursor's here. You guys can see the cursor now, right? Yeah. I don't know. Why did we get fuck! How many times am I gonna get shuffled when I'm in literal radiant light? See that plus monsters surprised? Why are we getting surprised? Here's a resolve test. Oh my god! Fuck you, game!
Moment of clarity in the eye of the storm.
25% base chance for that to happen. I could camp after this fight if I needed to, and it wouldn't be that bad. Stunned her right before her turn. Come on! Damn! Yeah, I should have just moved the Vestal back. I screwed up by mace bashing with her. Thank you! Yes! Bitch! Put us right back where we needed to be. Dumbass bitch. Come on, he's about to attack and you could have stopped that.
The wounds of war can be healed, but never hidden. A brilliant confluence of skill and purpose.
Fucking quit shuffling us around, you whore! I'm going right back where I was. You can't do that to me. God, I need divine comfort. I need to be able to hit this bitch. Thank you. Now she slides forward. You just don't get it. Okay, fat bitch. Keep it up. See what happens. Damn! Damn!
Surgical precision.
That got better.
A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
Use it! Overfill the light! Oh! 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 Yes! Disappointed! Could have been so much better. Alright, but that's a secret room. You don't see those very often. Okay, explore 90% of rooms. There's no fight in this room. I'm gonna step in, see what this curio is. So it's a buff. It's a combat buff. You know what? It probably is a locked chest. You're probably right. And I was just moving too quickly, as I am off to do. Alright, no books. We don't read around these parts. I love to read. These guys may not. The Vestal probably does. The Antiquarian probably does. The Crusader might. Alright. I don't know, is this secret chest locked? Yeah. I didn't remember if a key affected it or not. So the hallway fight. So I'll probably go to this room and camp. Especially if we get a scouting off of this room. Oh, there's a torch.
A fortune, waiting to be spent.
I don't think anyone has particularly good trap disarm here. And if you fail it... 60%? Alright, he's got virtue, so...
Carelessness will find no clemency in this place.
Ouch! Am I camping here? I should have gone down to this room. There was no fight in this room. This is an explorer. I should have gone down to this room. I guess I'm gonna risk a camp here.
A moment of respite. A chance to steel oneself against
Leaves me enough food for 2
horror.
checks. For 2 hunger checks, at least. I don't have a nighttime ambush cover, so... you can't choose the number of stacks of wood that you bring. It's predetermined based on the length of the mission. That's unfortunate that I forgot that, Olsen, but it happens. Now I won't forget it again, so... Hey, Waldo. Good to see you. I hope we don't get ambushed again.
The way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
All right. This is freaking annoying, though. We've got traps and no great way to... Alright. 60%. I mean, it's better than a coin flip. Yeah, I don't have that many torches at this point.
Packs laden with loot are often low on supplies.
Battle with treasure. Okay. Now you do 12 to the guy you can't kill with 12, you do 12? Ow. Thank you. No. Resisted the move, that's huge. Alright. Focus me!
Light gains purchase. Spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
Alright. She killed it, so that's blanket fire off the table. I'll try for the 50% to stun. Cool. Try to get our health up. And it'll go right back down. Ah, not by as much. Should do something else. Her damage just isn't enough to warrant that.
A devastating blow.
Damn. Oh, again. Whew. Spicy.
Their cursed champion falls.
It would have been better if he died to the bleed, because if they die to bleed or blight, they don't leave a corpse behind. And now this big-ass body's in my way. But I didn't really have a way to pass the turn there, so... Good God! Bizarre! Chill! Freaking 40 damage in your last 2 attacks! Enhance your comm, Jill Spartan! You gonna do it again? Alright. You came back to Earth. To the moon! We need you doing that kind of damage. I didn't really want you to chill, I just figured if I told you to, you wouldn't. Can you not miss there? He gets an attack because you missed. Alright, we dodged it, but that's not an excuse. Holy fucking loot.
Seize this momentum.
You're gonna make me
Push
give
on
up
to
the
the
most
task's
valuable gem in the game for this piece of shit? God, game, how dare you? How dare you? It's literally called an unlocked strongbox. I tried to use a key on it. You guys wish you were as smart as me. Welcome back to Darkest Dungeon, huh? Alright. Where everything's made up and the RNG fucking wrecks you.
If only treasure could staunch the flow.
It's not even treasure, it's a torch.
Otherworldly corruption.
Spooners! No! The run-enders! %80 to hit, and it's a kill. Yes!
To the pit.
Only one of them's getting an action this turn. Dodge. No blight, no blight, no blight. Fuck blight. It's only 1 for 3. That's fine. No. No. Bad spooter. Fucking quit. No! I don't have any anti-venom, you dildo!
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle. These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
They're making me leave behind citrines! Thousands of gold just thrown to the wayside. So holy water gives you a resistance buff. It won't remove blight, but I want to take this. Just, it actually will sell decently, but I have to put -8 dodge on somebody to carry it. But they're gonna put protect me on somebody else, so it should be fine on them. No, I mean thousands, Olsen. Don't you speak ill of the most powerful gem in the game. Won't have that here. Okay, focus is great. I wish he would keep that forever.
The match is struck.
The only reason we didn't die in this dungeon is because he got a virtue. Because we were staring at 2 fights in and losing the dungeon, or retreating, which I almost categorically refuse to do. But I know that I need to make that exception and just do it if I need to. She lowers her own damage by using that debuff, but I think the value there is high enough to avoid 2 full actions. Olsen? Dude, can we, like, you have protection and dodge. You want to maybe dodge some shit? I don't know, maybe. Maybe think about dodging a little bit. Tiny bit. We still got 3 rooms. Can you, like, not be useless for them? Or not dead. Preferably that, too. Like, I don't want you dead. No chance to kill here.
Impressive.
They can't bleed because they're undead, so you can see they have 200% bleed resist, but almost killed him. Bleed out has a huge crit modifier.
A momentary abatement.
I think it's 6%, which is substantial. Bro. Bro. Do better, bro. You know, you could crit a heal at any time. Sure be cool if you did. We're like maintaining our health total, but well, we've dropped some. Give me a heal, come on. No! Stop it! Thank you! He's gonna die to blight. Let me get a heal in. Let me get 1 heal in. Thank you. Crit. Ooh!
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
One of the things you are regularly having to decide through these runs is what loot do you value? Money over supplies that might help you with curios or encounters? Do you value heirlooms to upgrade the hamlet over a cat? Like, there's a lot to consider. Yeah, the base crit chance for heal is low. So, not surprising, but once we have a few trinkets where we can build up that crit chance, or the healing percentage, you know, just the flat value, not the crit, but just the heal value. Vestal heal is low level, is shit. I'd rather use occultist. Yeah, I tend to agree, but I don't have an occultist. We're literally on, like, the 2nd mission of the run, but I don't disagree. Now, it's funny because the Vestal's Divine Comfort, it doesn't do a lot. Like, it's 1 to 2 at rank 1. Because it heals everybody, the amount total of healing that it's giving you is substantial. And it can be great for sustaining.
winds of war
Yeah,
can be heat.
neither of the times we started today, our Vestal didn't have, on any of the starts, didn't have Divine Comfort. But at least she had, I think is a Vestal guaranteed to have at least one of the two heals? Look, we all know the best Vestal build doesn't heal anyway. They bomb. They're like, healing? What's that? Vestal Smash.
Well struck.
Smack the shit out of him. I'm trying to get one more heal in here. Yeah! That's what I like to see. That virtue is the only reason we're not completely wrecked here.
Brought low
And I am
and driven into the
massively
mud.
thankful that it happened. No klepto. Good.
Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles.
That's a lot of money from the antiquarian. What do we got? No other fights, but we can check these curios. Oh yeah, and Virtue totally did. And if he had gotten afflicted, we were restarting, probably. Like, legitimately. That's probably what would have happened. Fuck all in there? Okay. No, you bitch! Did I still have my... No, I gave up the herbs. The herbs cleanse this for a search. Okay, that's it. Well, we succeeded a lot better that
Ruins
time.
belong to us.
AKA, we didn't
We
lose
will
3
find
people.
whatever secrets they hold.
Oh, absolutely, Hellgraph. As soon as I can, that's what I'll be doing. The antiquarian made us so much money there. Getting an antiquarian out of the wagon early, it really ups your ability to gain money fast. And because it costs more to train on Bloodmoon, please be good stuff. And Cove, where I will almost never send a Hellion. So, fantastic. Okay. Nocturnal. Light sensitive and nocturnal. Eat my butt, game.
Though long years may seek to separate them, action and consequence.
Now we have the
will
blacksmith in the guild.
invariably
What?
Have their dreadful reunion. Make no mistake, we will face ever greater threats.
All right, we'll pick all the abilities.
Ready.
Let's look in the stagecoach. Okay, another antiquarian, which I'm probably not going to be buying. Like I said, I'm only going to run one, most likely. Tone Deaf, not a big deal. Ruins Explorer, not great in the ruins, but not bad. This could be the one Arbalist that we take. I'll probably take them right now. Hippocratic. Okay. You are in.
To fight the abyss, one must know it.
Hylomania and Hard-Skinned. Not the best. I might wait, but I'll probably pull them and hold on to them, and we'll just swap them out. Yeah, I think this is fine for Arbalist.
Shoot, bandage, and pillage.
These are not good,
Dancing
so
steps
we
of
might wind
war.
up swapping him out, but there's really no reason to pull him off the wagon for now. Upgrade the barrack size. Okay. Alright, one thing at a time. Cooldan needs stress relief. meditate on it. Dude, which class did you pick? I will use every class. Don't worry about that. I will have one of everything on this run minimum. You picked Arbalist. So Arbalist and Musketeer are literally the exact same class. They're just a reskin. They have the exact same stats and abilities, just different visuals. So I'll have one Arbalist and one Musketeer. So Arbalist and Musketeer are unique in a lot of ways. They are only useful from the back row. They cannot do shit from the front except blind fire, which is garbage. But they can remove stealth, they can clear stuns, they can clear marks, they do good damage, they have high base accuracy, and they can be healers. If not the only healer, they can be a secondary healer. And so you can have them either paired with another secondary healer, and together they can kind of amalgamate one heal, or they can serve with something like an occultist who might miss a heal, and they can kind of patch up in between while still doing good support and good damage. Very high damage potential, especially against marked targets. So and because it's the one I have, you are in. Okay. Okay, and this occultist is definitely getting named. Did we have anyone? We had Lan the Stupid specifically ask for occultist. So Lan, you are in. Or Lon, whatever, whichever. But yeah, Hippocratic plus 20 to healing skills. So Weird Reconstruction is a heal, but it has a chance to do 0, and it also has a chance to cause bleed on the target. So you don't generally want them to be your only healer. What I like to do is send an occultist with a plague doctor who can heal the bleed that they might cause. What's up, Nag? Hey, Chaos, we will get you added to the list. Okay. I don't know that there's anyone else that I'm naming specifically yet. These two are not for sure sticking on the roster, so Jenny's stress is not high enough that I probably want to spend money on it, but alright, before we buy any more abilities, I'm just gonna get this out of the way. That's not what I meant to click. Get out of here. Go back to the Hamlet.
A debauched contest of
Get this
survival.
off.
The butcher's
And
circus
this
all
is
these
so
things.
for again, there's a bunch of people here who haven't played Darkest Dungeon before. So the guild is where you can upgrade your abilities,
and curtained rooms
learn new abilities,
promise
and by
solace to
upgrading the
weary
guild,
and
you can
broken
upgrade
alike.
skills to higher ranks, and you can reduce the cost
bellows
of skill
blast once
training.
again.
Now,
The forge
that's
stands
one I
ready
should have
to
done
make
before I
weapons of
even
war.
clicked this skill, but it's relatively cheap on heirlooms, and it stacks up, because I'd like to train abilities on basically everybody. And then abilities train here, and here is where you upgrade your basic armor and weapons. And this allows you to upgrade your base stats. So alright, let's see what we've got available. So we've got a wield. We're not going into the courtyard right now. Arbalist, or Musketeer, I guess. Yeah, those are the boots you put on them to make them better at healing. None of these are great. None of these are great. Might do the wield. So if you look here, you can see the level of the dungeon increasing. If you level it up too much, you can see these missions have a level. Higher level people won't be able to go into lower level missions, and lower level people will struggle mightily on higher level missions. So it's kind of a balancing act too. I'm not super keen on doing short dungeons, but I think we're going to here. Probably like that. The first time I played through Darkest Dungeon, I screwed it up. Because literally, I had a whole roster of people that were too high leveled to go back and fight a lower level boss. They wouldn't do it. And I was like, oh, well, I screwed that up. Alright. Not here.
Some may fall, but their knowledge lives on.
Alright. Adrenaline Rush is pretty solid. Breakthrough's only good if you get shoved back, but it's a nice way to get back to the front. If it bleeds, does really good damage to the middle ranks. And it does decent damage and it stacks bleed. But I think I'm probably okay as is for now with them. I want Mark, probably. Yeah, it is an AoE, essentially. That's true. Oh, Nag, I just saw you're on the list too. Let me get you on here. Okay. So, I want the heal. And the mark. Lan. Hands from the Abyss. That'll work for now. The only reason I'm taking Jenny is because I'm not sure that I'm going to use this. Am I going to use this Plague Doctor? Because if so, I should take them now. Now, eventually you can treat quirks. But... fucking hell. Seriously? Son of a bitch. It's not the, Abbey, it's the sanatorium, but yeah. Yeah, Klepto locked in. That's so annoying. Yeah, sanitarium. This allows you to either lock in quirks or remove negative quirks. But if a quirk gets locked in, so you can either lock in positive quirks. So the way quirks work is a hero can have either 5 or 6. I think it's 5. But they could get another positive quirk and kick off one of the ones they already had. So if a particular class gets a positive quirk that you really want, you can lock in, I think, 3 of them at the sanitarium and keep those locked in. But negative quirks that get locked in cost you like 5 grand to remove them. Yeah, you can lock up to 3, yeah. So what you want is when a negative quirk that's not that bad locks in, you leave it alone. But Kleptomaniac, 5 grand to remove this, I'm gonna save the 5 grand from him not stealing from me 4 times. So eventually I'll have to spend that. Yeah, there's a small number of quirks that cannot be locked either way, but... Alright, and then when you have multiple abilities, you basically just go in here and then you click them to either take them off or add them on, so... Yeah, I want suppression for the little spore shits. Whatever they're called. Alright, so instead of Jenny, we're gonna take this one, and we're gonna find a name for this Plague Doctor. Astro Boy, Centurion, and T-Dux are all in for Phil. Jenny is the only one who requested Plague Doctor, so I do have some potential open slots. Lan is in. All right. Hey, Cool Dan, thank you. Let me see. A name for you. Chaos, I can definitely do that. It is Snore. Almost halfway through. Whoa, we're almost halfway there. Whoa, living on a prayer. Take my hand and we'll make it, I swear. Whoa, living on a prayer. That's not what I meant to click. Living on a prayer. Alright. Let's go to the Weald. Because I don't want to push this just yet. So, again, it's a balancing act. Alright, Weald. I'll take 1 key, but it's a short. Let's go like this. We got extra money. I like stacking up money and building a big roster fast. That's how I find I have the best chances of winning, but other people's approaches differ. I feel like this will work for me. You've got the correct abilities on. I didn't teach you any new abilities, but you've got... Ooh, hold on. I really wish I could save this. Hold on. Hold on to yourself. This is gonna hurt like hell. Now, the Plague Doctor is not particularly good in the Wield, and the reason is most of, or a lot of the enemies in the Wield are quite resistant to Blight, which is their primary way of contributing damage. Yeah, Incision, you know, can be good. I don't know if I want to spend money on a different ability right now. So we'll take as is for now, so. I gotta get rid of soft here. You can't be soft. Okay, here we go. Yeah, Plague Doctor is really, I like pairing a Plague Doctor with an Occultist because they can cure the bleed off if it happens, and they're also good in places where Blight and Bleed are quite common. The Wield is one of those places, so.
Corruption has soaked the soil, sapping all good life from
I hate when you have a small dungeon.
Let us
The
burn
Wield
out this
is
evil.
so different. Different locations will have different map. Like all the maps are procedurally or randomly generated, but the Warrens has grid-like maps usually, and the Ruins has, you know, straight hallways and usually box formations or, you know, just long hallways. The Wield has these winding double back pathways a lot, and the Cove is, I don't know if it follows any particular, but you often have to backtrack to see all of a Wield dungeon, so. Hey, I brought bandages just for this.
Glittering gold.
And I brought
trinkets and
anti-venom
baubles,
just for this.
paid for in blood.
I came fucking prepared. 2 curios right off the hello. Hey, bitch, don't move. No! I stunned you, you whore! Here, get up here. I'm someone who needs to speak to you. It's called my axe. I can't shoot them in the front spot. I can only target the other 2. Yeah, lots of obstructions, lots of obstacles are pretty common in the Wield. I should have brought probably 3 shovels, but for a small, 2 should be enough. Now the good thing is, pushing her to the front, if they're behind each other, they have to use Stumbling Scratch, which is way less powerful than Rend for the Old Gods. If they had gone in a different order, if this one goes first, he can Rend from the Old Gods and get in front of her. But if they're in 2 and 3, they can't do that. Die?
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
Stumbling Scratches suck. Like Weld? It could be. It might be. I honestly don't care either way. You know?
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Yeah, the only problem with that is it lowers torch, but... Look, it's a weird word that's spelled funny, so...
Soothed. Sedated.
That's what I do know. Let's try it. Bam! First one is a 6 with no bleed. It's a good omen, right? You know, I combed my hair and tried to get it not looking terrible right before stream, but I'm sweating because it's so hot in here that didn't stick. Google says it's like wheel. So, okay, I was pretty much on there, so I'll take it.
Press this advantage.
You got hexed,
Give
bitch.
them no quarter.
It's a good first fight.
Foolish horrors.
Brought low
Brought low and driven into the mud.
Even if you like nothing else about Darkest Dungeon, which, what is wrong with you? The narrator, Wayne June, did so amazing. Also, what's up, Gary? I normally only see you for FTL. Good to see you.
Nature herself.
Thorny Thicket got wrecked.
Victim to the spreading corruption. Malformed with misintent.
All right, like I said, during the first day of getting back into Darkest Dungeon after not playing for a year, I'm gonna look up some of these curios to kind of get it back in my brain. Holy water is a random positive quirk. No holy water. This is the only thing you would use holy water for in the Weald. Give me a scouting so I know which way to go. Good. You scout all the way? Ah, you're only scouting one room. Shit. I do not have 2 more. Oh, I have 2 more shovels exactly. Okay, I have to go both ways because this is 100% of room battles and there's 2 battles over here and a battle here. Obstacle, obstacle. I'm glad I brought 3 shovels. But my luck is there'll be another obstacle over here. So, yeah. Ooh. Give it to me, I'm worth it. There's a vial of blood in this tree stump. Did we only eat 2 food just now? Oh, we must have had 2 extra, okay. Alright, this is a potentially nasty fight. Stun would be great. 1. Would have been better to stun this one. Now, again, this is gonna force them to use a less powerful ability. They're gonna use lunge or harmless swipe instead of the other one. So being able to reposition the enemies can be massive, because now he's gonna need to use groping swipe, which is far more dangerous. Marked prey. Now they'll get Rend the Marked, but probably only from position 2 or 3. I don't actually know.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Blight, yeah, Rend the Marked. Ooh, good dodge. Bitch and a half! Get off me, bruh! Woo! See, that can be the benefit. Look at how much bigger that heal is to anything the Vestal did, and that wasn't even a crit. But it could also be 0. It can also be 0. And it can make you bleed. I don't have a lot of damage to the back, really. Now, the cool thing about Battlefield Medicine is it cures blight and bleed, not just on the target, but on the Plague Doctor themselves at the same time. So they both get cured of that blight with one action. So that's good action economy. I can't shoot him, but it gives me better overall control of the fight to do this. And he has groping nope, he gets to fucking do this, because... Oh, fuck your blight. Leave the cultist alone! Damage is low right now.
A momentary abatement.
Our stress is still in good order. Okay, it's a 5, it's not a 0, and it's no bleed. Gotta do better than that. There we go.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope.
Groping swipe. You're going to Mushroom HR, according to Bjorn. These guys can be bled pretty easily. Damage is low. Okay, it's the other shoe is gonna drop. He caused a bleed, but he healed for 14. Now, one of the things with the Arbalist and the Musketeers heal is it adds an effect that increases healing at other healing they get. So it only heals for 2, but for the next 3 rounds they get more healing. So it's, you know, can stack up. Shut up, Olsen. Not if I cure the bleed. Look, boom. Technically only a left. Fight me. Boom. Oh, there it is. There's a 2. Oh, that was a 2 with plus 20%. Now we get plus 40%. Makes that a 2. Hell yeah. Ooh, big ol' 3. Don't know if it rounds up or down, Gary. I actually have no idea. Get stunned, sir. We're basically full health. Yeah, that means it was probably a 1. Don't miss, Chaos. You get stressed when you miss. Don't do it. If you get stressed when you miss, don't miss. Seems pretty straightforward to me.
So clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
Ancient coffin. There's no negative. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Stashed heirlooms. It's a 1 painting. No, it's a bad doggo. Bad doggo indeed. It's a bad zombie doggo.
Be gone, fiend.
I had considered if I was going to put one Houndmaster on the roster, naming it Voice and Gibbs, but there's a limited roster. I don't want to take a spot for me. I'm here. You guys can get in the game. Stop missing and you won't have to stress about it. Simple. Big heal. Oh no, he's bleeding. Fuck right off, you mutt! The average heal on that has been quite good so far. I mean, the average of 0 to 13 is 6.5.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Okay. Wow, double resist. Lower their accuracy, or fucking not. Or don't do that. Don't do that. Why would we do that? This fight could be brutal.
A dizzying blow to body and brain.
Well, I've got one person already requesting a Houndmaster, and I don't know if I'm going to have more than one on the roster, so they're going to get it, as of right now. Yeah, the simplest fights can be some of the worst, like the ones that whoop you. Dude, can we stop landing crits like we're in the dark? Because we're not in the dark. He's already marked. Stop it. Sergeant Salami, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Echo. Glad to have you here. 5 turns of blight. Gotta cure that. Oh! Wow! That's a lot of healing, mister! He's like, fuck it, keep hitting me. I'm just gonna heal for next time, too. Dude, the crit chance here is so stupid. You know, Bloodmoon ups the crit chance, but not, like, it's 3% increased. It's not like it's 10% increased. Hold on. Hold on, you got wrecked. Can I get a Plague Doctor action here? Can you stop? There's nowhere to it. You're escaping behind your buddy's corpse. That's morbid. She had Blight and Bleed stacked up quite a bit there. So do they. Heal? Not that big. Big enough? That's what she said. Here we go. He's keeping it working. Plague Doctor to clear this blight has been extremely valuable. Can only kill with a crit there. Bro, they just want to mark the shit out of him. Particularly like a cultist in spot 2. A lot of people do, and there are abilities that make it fine. But I would rather have someone more resilient in slot 2. It's just with what I was bringing on this mission, it made sense. And who I had available. We're early in the run, so I don't have that much flexibility. I could just tell this fight was going to be a nasty one. We already fought, you know, 2 Scratchers and 2 artillery, and that fight was better. This one, I don't know, I had a feeling that it was going to be rough, and it's definitely been a slogfest. A slobber knocker. Yeah, I've run a cultist in slot 1 a few times, but it's not my go-to. I know it works. Can work. I mean, he's running the stun now.
Unforeseen. Unforgiving.
Okay. I know I need the shovel. I'm not keen to give this up, but I will. Disease resist, -2 dodge. Hold it for now. Okay, we won't have to use too many torches here. I'm low on torches. I should have brought more. I should have remembered that the wield tends to be longer for the average mission length. So shorts tend to be longer than like a ruined shorts. This could be the last fight. If we have to go all the way, these last 2 rooms are gonna be pretty low light. No shovels. All right, here we go. Fight, fight, fight. Okay? Ectoplasmos. I don't want to be lowering my own freaking torch right now, so... That's one of the reasons I'm low on torches. With these guys, you just want to kill as many of them as quickly as you can. This one's gonna die to bleed. So we're down to 1, which is really good. Made that fight very quick. So the max on his ability is 13, but because he has Hippocratic, he's been healing 14, 15, 16 sometimes, so. Good fight. Nice! We're gonna go through this short hallway.
But a victory nonetheless.
At least to this curio. Yep. What are our trap disarms? 70? Okay. Figures.
Ambushed by foul invention.
See if we get a scout. Anything of value? Do I go for the hallway fight? Or do I just grab the curio? I almost never choose to not take a fight when it's available. But I might just bail here because I don't have another torch, so we're going to be fighting in dim light. Yeah, I should have snuffed before I looted. There's not going to be any loot off of a random hallway fight that's going to be substantially valuable. So, yeah, we're going to go.
Driving out corruption is an endless battle.
I'm trying to make
But one
more
must be
tactically
fought.
sound decisions given we're playing on Bloodmoon. Come on. Ugh. Bro! Fucking hell! Really?
She has paid dearly.
Yukon,
for
thank you for the
freedom.
follow. Welcome to the Echo. Glad to have you here.
Better than this place.
Hey, we got a shield bearer.
Shifting, swaying. She mesmerizes her prey before the final strike.
It's not the worst thing to have, but now I have like 3 wheeled foes. Like, hey, and a YouTube subscriber. If you're watching in the chat, thank you, YouTube subscriber. But you could just be someone subscribing to the channel while I happen to be streaming. But thank you either way. Ninja will add you onto the list. All right. Let's see where we're at. Okay, got a lot of things here. Okay. Let's see. Scattering? He doesn't have any ranged skills, except for Bellow. So that's not too bad. Cove Tactician. Okay, pretty good. Bloodthirsty, Balanced, and Luminous. Oh my goodness. Okay, these suck. These are good. Fuck. All right. Bro! Believes it's possessed by demons. That's not just a belief. That's like a fact. Like, that's his whole deal. That's what he does. Why does he have Hippocratic? Why can't I get a Vestal with Hippocratic? Natural Swing is great. Okay.
The raw strength of youth may be spent, but his eyes hold the secrets of 100 campaigns.
What is Cooldan doing there? Look. Chill out, Cooldan. If I go off the window. Alright. Okay. Let's take a look at all this. Probably need to get rid of Perfectionist, but it's not that big of a deal right now. Those probably both need to go. These are very good. Particularly Luminous. That's really good. Curious needs to go. Clumsy, not great. I don't like Twilight Dreamer being on the Leper, because it's only 1 hero per roster. Cove Tactician's not good, but Scattering's not that bad, so this is fine. Do we have any Man-at-Arms? Coviers. Coviers is the only one listed for Man-at-Arms sign-up, so... I think we'll do that. Which is an odd choice for the Murder Prophet, but... That's what he's shouting about every time he bellows. You're gonna die! They're like, shit, man. Alright. Alright. Get out of there.
In time, you will know the tragic extent of my
this
failings.
is Saline. Bjorn, I just have you listed on a sheet. I saw your redeem. I have you listed. You can just tell me what class you'd prefer, and I will list it, but it is a limited roster, so I'm going first come, first serve for specific requests. If you just want to get in whatever, then I can find something for you pretty quickly, probably. Okay, this leper is gonna be Bogu. And JJ's the next leper. Because they were the first two to sign up to request leper. It's a limited roster, but if someone dies, they're out for good. But if I have more than 14 deaths before the final boss, then I either have to do it as a less than full party or whatever. Whatever is your top pick. I'll list it as Phil then. And we'll fill you in. Which likely means you'll be towards the end of the assignments, but... And Nag says dealer's choice. But that also means you might come in as a higher level hero, because by the time I find something for you on the roster, we may be recruiting higher level heroes. Ninja Zombie says, Jester. Okay, now I have an abomination. Jat, are you still here and in chat? Jet, the lurker, if you're here. Because you listed Jester, but then Abomination. And, well, you said Abomination, but maybe Jester. I need to know, because RBG listed Abomination as their preferred. So, and I've only got one, and I'm only going to have one on the roster. I'm probably not going to name them yet, because I might get a better occultist. Do not have a shield bearer request, did I? Or shield breaker, excuse me, not shield bearer. Jesters are good, but it's hard to say best if there's a best class at all, because it's very situational. It depends on the region, depends on what you're fighting, depends on how your party is built. Classes and play off of each other in very important ways. So, best class isn't really a thing, I don't think. But the Vestal's the best class. I gotta decide who's getting this A-bomb. I might just flip a coin for it. Jat listed... Okay, so Jat's comment in chat, I think, said, I was thinking Jester, but leaning towards a A-bomb now. I need to know. Yeah, Leper can solo a lot of the bosses. A Leper can solo a lot of things. Okay, I'm gonna make Jack the Abomination. I'm gonna give RBG the Shield Breaker because I've got a lot of people looking at Jester too. So. Keep left clicking, gonna right click. Alright. And the only one not named right now is this guy, because I'm not sure if I might swap him out. So I'm gonna wait on naming him. Okay. Oh. I hate this. $69. That's enough to, Don't get too drunk, boo. Lan. Meditate. Okay. Hey, Snack Fridge. Sierra, we'll get you on there. Alright. Let's see where we're going next. Not a bad one for a basic, for a common. Eventually. Not bad for an occultist, but not the best. We might do our first foray into the Warrens. This is a medium, though. Accuracy's not bad for a Plague Doctor, and hit points aren't normally as important. I wish I was getting some higher level trinkets showing up, but God, I want that one. Which do I do here? Alright, if I was going to the Warrens, who am I taking? I don't really have a healer available without over-leveling or taking this one, which I just really am not sure about right now. I gotta be careful that I don't over-level the wrong people and wind up in a bad position. Resolve XP 5 of 8, so if they did a short, they would go to 7. They wouldn't level. But again, this is a balancing act of moving quickly enough to win the campaign. But there's only one medium available, and I'm not sure I want to do another weld right now. Wield. If I go to the Cove, Shield Breakers do fine in the Cove. They do pretty well in the Cove. A-Bomb can do good because of Bile. Murder Prophet. And then a healer? I need you to give me more options next time, but I don't have the frickin' resources for it. All right, I'm gonna think on which place I'm going next, but I do need to take a quick break. So we're gonna take just a short break, about 5 to 8 minutes. And I know I missed the ad break like 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, but I do need to stand up, stretch, take a break, get a drink, and I'm gonna decide on which place we're gonna go next. So stand up, get a drink, get a snack, do what you need to do. In just a few minutes, we'll be right back to continue the fun. We'll probably do one more mission tonight. We'll see how long that takes, and we'll go from there. So be right back in just a few minutes, folks. Thanks. Alright, thank you for your patience during the break, folks. Just needed to use the restroom, stand up, stretch, move around just a little bit, get refreshed, so that Darkest Dungeon can whoop me on the next foray into the field, most likely. I think I'm going Cove. Well, I just walked past him in the hallway and he's zonked out. Gibber, you wanna come say hi? You come say hi. These folks are only here for you. They stick around for you even though you show up for about 46 seconds every other stream. That's how popular you are. I'm here 4 hours a day for 2 straight weeks. But they'd rather see you for 40 seconds every other day. Yeah. 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 That's how special you are. If both hands are not petting me, something is wrong. Hi, buddy. It's hot. It's cooler now. It's 91 degrees Fahrenheit outside and it's cool. Because it's not 108. And it's only 9:30 at night before it started to cool down to the 90s. Yeah, it's warm, hot. It's not cool. It's not cool how not cool it is. That hand needs to be seen. He's like, that hand is not petting me. What is wrong with this? Both hands must be petting the floof. For I am king of all I survey. This is Gibbs, for those of you who are not regulars or maybe new here. He's the best boy. He's my bestest old friend. But it's very hot where I live this time of year, so during the day, he spends most of his day lounging in the hallway where it's a tile floor because it's as cool as he can find, so he's the best. Alright. I need a healer. I need a healer! I'm holding up for a healer till the morning light. Who am I taking here? I guess I'm taking them, and we'll just treat some of their negative traits. Alright, we gotta go back into the Estate. I need to give you backline abilities. Yeah. Alright, let's take a look. Got Pierce. We want Adder's Kiss. We want Impale. Okay, that should work. You've got Bellow. You've got Guard or Defender. And you've got Bolster. Should work. And Abominations already have all their abilities. Their first level abilities, because half of them are available when they're in human form and the others are available when they transform. Transformers, demon in disguise. Okay, let's see about getting rid of a couple negative traits if we can. Curious? That one can go. Patient cells, sanatorium treatment slots.
curious
Yeah, because I have to go. I have to get the medical
calm
ward
even the
before I
most
can get
tormented soul.
to patient cells for the treatment ward. So get that now. Do you have her number for Jenny? I think I do. I think it's 867-5309. I think. All right, Cove, short, 1 stack of food, 2 of these, 10 of those, 2 of these. Yes, 1, 1, 1, go. 867-5309.
These salt-soaked caverns are teeming with pelagic nightmares.
So we do a loop
They
and
must
then go
be
this way.
flushed out.
So Shieldbreaker, they are a unique. They're part of one of the DLCs. They have generally they're a fighter who gives up a little bit of resilience for versatility and the ability to attack basically any position. They have a negative in that if you camp with them, they will have nightmares according to a certain progression table where they fight particularly challenging enemies, but that eventually unlocks some of their best trinkets and so forth. Man-at-Arms is essentially a tank, but also a very good support unit. They have a particular item, one of their best trinkets, that buffs their stats greatly when they're in the 4th slot. And they wind up using Protect and Shouts from the back slot to still tank for the party. It's an interesting one, and one of my favorites. Moody, no worries. You've got a little bit of time to pick. Abominations have 2 forms. Essentially, they have Transform, which turns them into a demon, which ups their combat abilities substantially, but it causes stress every turn. When they're in human form, they have a Blight attack, a self-heal, which also reduces stress, and a stunning ranged attack. So I find them to be quite useful in human form, and I almost never transform them. And then we've seen Occultist already. They essentially have support and healing with some other things mixed in. A little bit of damage, but not high damage. All right, here we go. See, he's curious, or no, material things, Hylomania, but he doesn't steal it. But if this was the type of curio that could cause a trap, or needs to be unlocked, like a locked chest, he could lessen your gain. You might not want to walk on those, dude. Negative 20 speed for 12 rounds. My God. 20 dodge. Well, he's gonna get smacked then. Okay, no fight. Bro!
Cruel machinations.
Dude, we just got here, he's at 71 stress. We haven't even had a fight. We've walked down 1 hallway and a step. What? He's doing it again. And we have a fight. And another hallway fight. And another trap, but at least we see this trap. First fight. These guys cause stress, or they buff. They also heal. These guys do a lot of damage for what they are. enemies in the cove are quite vulnerable to blight and less vulnerable to bleed. So as is oft the case, eliminating the guy at the back is usually one of the first things you need to do. I like him getting targeted because he can self-heal and stress heal. Now we want to bellow. Lowers their speed and their dodge. Now he's guarding the guy at the back. But the cool thing is, I don't know if I have it on her. I should have taken puncture. It breaks guard. And that's specifically one of the things that makes her very good in the cove. Because this is one of the most common places you see guard happen. Pretty much here in the ruins. At least in the early game. I don't think it happens anywhere else.
Well struck.
They've got heavy blight on them. Now we're going to bolster ourselves. Good. Good hit. Heal here. Nice heal.
Wounds of war can be healed, but never hidden.
This can cause bleed. So of course it does. Good place for stress wave. I should have used the blight attack again. They would have been dying on their next turn. Of course he gets crit when he's at 71 stress. Son of a bitch. He's still guarded.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
First fight, and it's a doozy. Well, he brought the health back and counteracted some of the stress. He's gonna need a heal. Eliminate that attack.
Give them no quarter.
Ooh, not enough to kill. It's close. Okay. Big heal. Nice. Could have been bigger, but it wasn't bad. No bleed. Damn it all. That's a nasty bleed. I'm gonna have to bandage that one. Alright.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
Stun? Give me a couple turns to get some heals in. Alright. Health's a little bit, you know, not great, but... Low chance to stun, because he's got resistance, so...
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Okay, so the first fight was... That hurt. I'm gonna look at this curio. I don't remember these enough. It's been too long. Damage till camp. Only with the holy water. Otherwise, it's a guaranteed debuff. Okay, we have another fight in the hallway, and he's kind of high on stress, and they're all kind of at half health. Half health. Okay, I don't need to take this fight. The quest here is room battles. These are both hallway battles. I can just go around, but I'd be missing these curios. What are the curios going to be worth at most? Maybe 1,000 apiece, 2,000 apiece on average? I normally never do stuff like this. I would just go for all the fights, but let me try to play a little smarter. Only a little. Much smarter is going to be a problem. I'm not capable of that. Because if it's 3 room fights, no, I guess we already scouted it here. So there's literally a fight here and here, maybe. And I don't know if it scouted this room. No, it didn't, because I would see it. So there are at most 2 fights left, unless there's a hallway fight back here. We have a trap here. 60, 50, 50, 50. All right.
Watch your step.
The problem is she loses dodge there. Okay. No fight till the room, at least. In fact, no fight in this hallway either. There should only be 1 hunger check, but I'm not going to risk eating more food yet. Yes, the shield breaker is missing a hand. That is correct. There's a hunger check. There are lore backstories, at least simple ones, for all the heroes. I don't know all of them. I've known all of them in the past. I don't
only the strength to follow it.
recall all of them right now. This is disgusting. These guys, this is a lot of damage potential. Good dodge. Dodge, dodge, dodge. At least it wasn't a crit. Alright, give us dodge. Yeah, she's got a buckler instead of a full shield, and it's just strapped to, I guess, her wrist. So... good damage there. Ah! 0 with the bleed! It happened on day 1. 0 and a bleed. Beautiful. Fucking hell. Dude, we could easily die to this fight. I need big heals, or else... and I need some damn dodges, man!
Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism or cowardice.
It wasn't a crit, no. Alright,
As
1
the
down.
field falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Big heal. 8's not... ah, fuck you. This could be the only fight we need to do to get out of here, though, so... these guys are both dead to Blight. He's gonna get an action, but they're both dead. So we should make it through this fight. But we're not gonna be in good shape. I believe that one of the trinkets that you get for her, I might be mistaken, but I think it's her hand. Her missing hand.
sedated.
Nice.
Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken.
Oh, there's another fight. So we know that there's a fight here, and there might be a fight in the hallway. This could be food, which would allow us to... Two food. You're too kind, game. Too kind. I hope I don't get a hunger check on this last hallway. I shouldn't. I literally just had one, but... I don't know if I looted that.
The light, the promise
Well, we know
of
this is a
safety.
fight, so... Bob, enjoy the lurk. Have a good day at work. Okay, it's a nasty fight. Probably not as much damage output potential, but... Alright, I'm gonna put block up. This allows her to block 2 attacks on herself. Dude. Our other occultist has done far better with the healing. But I stunned the stress. Healer. Now she's guarded, though. Block. Alright. No. Good dodge. You're not on yet. There's a lot of people, and the roster grows relatively slowly at first. Bro! We rolled 0 zeros with our first occultist in his entire... He did a medium with 0 zeros rolled. This one has rolled like 4 zeros, and one of them generated a freaking bleed in a short dungeon. In like 3 fights.
And improvement.
She still got block up. Oh, she's dodging. That bolster was great. Thank you. It was an actual positive integer. Good kill. A little bit saline, except that it's a female. So, you know, that's kind of the mark of the Unsullied, that they're castrated males. But the overall aesthetic, covered face, thin, spear and shield, yeah, I can see where you're seeing that. Still got a block, very nice. Should have been using that earlier, in the earlier fights, and I kind of forgot about it. She's dead to blight. This is the last fight, so healing's not as important right now. That ability is called Abyssal Artillery, and it's kind of cool. Tentacle schmack. I could kill with a crit. These guys are all going to need stress relief. Well, the A-bomb doesn't really need to. It's just, if you send him out into the field without stress, he's going to have to stress heal for, like, the first fight to get his stress under control. I didn't need to heal him. He can heal him damn self. Should have healed here.
The ground quakes.
A little bit of a stress heal there. Any stun? Nope, he resisted. Get off me! I got 1 health, and that's 1 more than I need to whoop your ass.
triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
I don't think I pushed for any more fights just for a curio. Not the best dungeon, but no one died, so far from the worst.
If indeed there is such a thing.
Nervous Bleeder, Gothic. He can heal himself for more with weird reconstruction. Alright. Fuck you! Fading. How do you get Ruins Explorer from going to the Cove? How does that work?
Awash in
Our
blood
first
and
flagellant!
delusion. He bears the burden of 1,000 lifetimes.
Thin-blooded. I'm not sure thin-blooded is a good thing when you're a flagellant. You bleed a lot. See, this was what I pictured, you know, Kovier's, not Saline, I was reading Salene's name. Kovier's being, hey, Pinrider, what's up? This is Olsen. This is Olsen. Now, flagellants are an interesting one because they can take the role of a healer quite well, actually. But they do their most when they are hurt, which is always risky. Yeah, my thin blood doesn't make me bleed more. I think it does, though. I think that's what it does. Yeah, it doesn't make you bleed more. So I guess what they're saying is that your blood is thin, so poison moves through it easier, so your blight resistance is down. I don't know. Now, the only problem with that is it fills my roster to within 1. So we'll probably up the roster size, but I'm not grabbing another A-bomb unless there's just something amazing here. No, these are terrible. Nothing special there. I don't have a Houndmaster, right? That was on the first run that died. Dude! Why does everyone hate the light? This is great. Beast Hater. A Beast Hater is great for a Houndmaster. I have to decide if I'm taking
beast,
anemic.
Forged by battle and
You know what? That's so bad because the whole gimmick of a flagellant is that when they use their abilities, they cause themselves. I guess it's not that bad. Alright. I have to decide right now, basically, if I'm taking... I don't have to decide right now. I can fire them later, but... No, actually, I guess I do have to decide right now. Also, I have to decide if I'm keeping this guy or not. There is a dungeon with primarily beasts, the Warrens. The Warrens is, pigmen. And, like, worm monsters and stuff. They're all classified as beast or beast humanoid.
Great heroes can be found even here.
Okay.
In the mud and rain.
So, the way my roster is set up right now, I account for 1 flagellant, but I account for 2 bounty hunters, 2 grave robbers, 2 houndmasters, and I don't necessarily 2 jesters, and I don't necessarily need 2 of those, 2 of each of those. to decide if a second flagellant would be better than a second grave robber, a second houndmaster, a second jester. Flagellants are... they don't have as much versatility as a grave robber or a bounty hunter, in that they're not particularly good in places where the enemy can't bleed, because most of their damage comes from being able to inflict bleed, which means they're almost useless in the ruins and not particularly useful in the cove. But they're pretty good in the Weald, and they're very good in the Warrens. But they can take a primary role essentially as a healer, if you want them to. And they can endure stress to heal stress on somebody else, and then basically, if they get afflicted, they have a, as Olsen said, they get a very specific affliction. It's basically not stress healing, it's stress transferring, just like Sergeant Salami just said. They basically take the stress from someone else onto themselves. There are ways to remove bad traits, Pinwriter. Sorry, I just got my other chat up so I can see YouTube chat. It just costs money and time. It's more about trying to decide if a second... because Houndmaster offensively is primarily only particularly useful in the Warrens, but the Houndmaster has a lot of utility. They can stress heal, they can guard with good dodge, they can self-heal while they're guarding, and they do have a stun, a melee stun if they're in the front positions. So, and they can also mark for things like bounty hunters, or arbalists, musketeers. I have to decide if I'm keeping this guy or not. I mean, for now I am, but if I get another occultist who's better, I mean, he is already level 1 and 2 experience in, but he did not have a good showing. He had like 5-0. I know that that has nothing to do with it. It's all just random math and random chance, but maybe I'm superstitious. And they're a locked-in Weald foe. I'm probably not sending them to the Weald anyway, so... but I gotta get rid of fading if I'm... They are sticking around. I guess realistically, if I wanted to, I could drop the second occultist for a flagellant. Because the flagellant is a more reliable healer than an occultist. But I still need to drop one more to get a third Vestal, because I think 3 Vestals is almost a must for me. I'm currently sitting on only 1 Highwayman, and last time I did 2. But Highwaymen definitely drop off in the later part of the game. They can be really good, but anything can be. I guess we'll just kind of decide as we go. But I like to figure things out before I delve in too far. Makes me feel like I'm in better control of what might happen, even though I'm not in control of anything that's going to happen, generally speaking. Okay, that's a pretty good trinket. Saves you some money, because they don't eat. Except if you force them to eat to heal. Man, I am just not seeing any good trinkets pop up yet. This is the best one I've seen so far, and it's not even great, it's just not bad. I also have to remember to not over-level this before I do the first part of it. I want a leper, a vestal, a jester, and one other thing. That's my ideal for a farmstead. A hellion. So I need a jester. Occultists have a lot of flexibility. That's very true. I guess we do our first Warrens here. Yeah, I've taken double shield breaker. I've taken double shield breaker, Vestal, Jester into the farmstead before. Yeah, when you can blight from, yes. Yes. Very true. Do I feel like I'm gonna have enough healing there? I should. The Houndmaster can heal himself. If I buy the right ability, the Hellion can remove bleed and do a 1-point heal on herself. The Flagellant can do the bulk of the healing. We've got good damage on the first 3, so the Antiquarian's just there to up our money. And the more money I can make early, the faster I can get better stuff. Because I can't really take the leper here, because these two need to be in the front to be effective, basically, at all. Alright. We gotta do some stress healing. I don't know if I'm keeping this guy. So I don't know if I want to spend money healing his stress. And as opposed to healing your stress, you need to get rid of fading, because that one is terrible, especially on a frontliner. All right. Yeah, I don't have enough crests. I'm gonna make a lot of money on this one, so I can be a little bit gratuitous here. That's the excuse I'm telling myself, at least. That'll work. Get down. Fortifying vapors. Yep. Okay. Spending money on the people I know are sticking around. This isn't great, but we'll clear it after this. Houndmaster. There was one straight request for a Houndmaster, and it was a Xionzi. Okay. Once more into the Warrens, dear friends. Alright, let's get these abilities sorted. Alright, I want Iron Swan, I want If It Bleeds, I want Bleed It Out. I probably want Adrenaline Rush. Do I want Breakthrough in case I get pushed? I don't think so. Yeah, I'm gonna keep Wicked Hack off. Go for the bleeds. And for you, good sir, I shall take attack both spots. Reclaim. I don't need the stress heal. Yeah, like that. You're good. Alright, I want Fortifying Vapors, Invigorating Vapors, Guard Me, and Get Down. You don't do offense. You just stay alive and make us rich. And give us all a good defense. Hey, Dustin, good to see you. Okay. Let's go. Let's go fight the piggies. Swear I'm about to take my trimmer and just cut all my hair off. Just buzz it down and just ignore it for a while. I should have done that at the beginning of the summer. I should have also equipped some trinkets.
We can slay them even
I don't have a ton, but I do have some. Hey, this is a small-ass dungeon. Or we got a... Oh, triple pig stress disease causers. Well, that one's dead. That one's dead.
Quakes.
Yes. Oh, and it fuck you.
A death by inches.
Look, reality is, if only one of them lives through the first turn, it's a pretty good, you know. No disease. No disease. No disease. I can deal with the stress. No disease. Good. No disease. Stress heal. It's little, but it adds up. Stop vomiting on me, you vomitous little shit. That's what I thought. Smack. That's a big bleed. Yeah, Gibbs is in the game relieving stress.
Gently.
You know what?
This is how a life
It may not be me. I'm not doing voice and Gibbs, but I say Xionzi looks after Gibbs for this run. But that means if he dies, that means Gibbs dies too. I should have brought 3
Blockages
shovels,
are
but
unsurprising.
it's
These
a
tunnels
small...
predate even the earliest settlers.
This is holy water, right? I didn't bring holy water. I think you have a chance of disease if you touch that without holy water. I'm gonna check before I walk away from it. I'm pretty sure I'm correct. The sound effects in this place are just so enamoring, aren't they, guys? How did I not see Pile of Bones? Hello? Where are we? Yeah, holy water, you get loot. 25% chance for a random disease, 25% chance for a negative perk. So it's a 50% chance without holy water for it to be a problem. So, let's not do that. We're just gonna make a loop.
In Radiance, may we find victory.
I didn't mean to. I meant to loot it. I right-clicked it and it used it. Yeah.
Cruel
Tell us about how that
machinations
pain
spring
is
to
glorious or something.
with a singular purpose.
Okay. Hey, surprised. I like when they're surprised. Oh, come off it.
A brilliant confluence of skill and purpose.
All right. What's up, Jersey? It's moving. We're going. It's coming along. We haven't lost anybody yet on this run. Hopefully we can keep it that way for a while.
Great is the
Nobody
weapon
makes
that
me
cuts
bleed
on
my
its
own blood.
own.
Damn it! They got the runs. Minus 20 dodge, minus 10%. That's a bad one.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
I probably should have attacked the pig.
Inspiration and improvement.
Maybe they can't dodge Pin Rider because they're, you know, trying not to, you know. So they're clinched up. Alright, it's dead. Keep dodging, Cool Dan. Buff our dodge, keep avoiding hits. That's what it's all about. It's not the hokey pokey, it's that.
Slow death. Unforeseen. Unforgiving.
Skill in the arts of not being where the pointy things are. And bitch true.
A devastating blow.
Said I gotta take a shit, get out of my way!
A time to perform beyond one's limits.
He's dead to bleed, so...
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
Big money.
Finding the stuff is only the first test.
It was
Now
big
must
money
be
because we
carried
got
home.
3 citrines. We're raking in the big gems now. We don't pick up any of that emerald shit. Nah, we take the gems that are worth money. Stop trying to stress me out. Yeah, you're gonna get smacked for that, you dumb bitch. That's your whole job. Spam dodge and... You know what? Dog Biscuit buffs the dog damage and, yeah, so smack. She dead exactly on that. That's beautiful. Get you healed. Oh no, don't hit me. I might have to heal myself now. Dude, that's a big ass bleed. Yeah, Zionzi wanted the Houndmaster, but I didn't want to take a slot for myself to do voice in Gibbs, so it's Zionzi and he gets to roll around with Gibbs, and if he kills my dog, then he has to answer to me about it. Womp. Big ass heal. Dodge. Missed me. Missed me like the bitch that you are. Smack. Oh! Ho, 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 ho. That's why that ability can only target an enemy in the front, but it does plus 20% damage and a massive crit boost. It is redonkulous. For boss fights against frontline bosses, Hellion is almost unmatched. And this ain't a boss, this is just a little bitch. He wishes he was a boss.
Back to the pit.
Oh.
As the fiend falls,
Gibbs getting in on the fun too with a old chomp. What's up, Frosted? Alright. This one is holy water as well. Remember to bring holy water here. But you actually get a debuff if you use holy water on this. So this has a 33% chance for a positive quirk, 25% chance that you get stress, 16.5% chance that you get a negative quirk, and 25% chance nothing. Overall, I feel like that warrants touching it. A third of the time you get a positive quirk, and some of the time nothing happens. Alright. These aren't worth touching because disease.
the match is struck. A blazing
Okay,
star
gotta kill the
is born.
madman. This is why. Bro,
Years.
you're not supposed to be where that happens.
The end
The fuck happened with that? Alright, you're getting the other dog biscuit, bitch.
A powerful blow.
Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! He's dead to that bleed. Hook where it hurts. That's what your mom does.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
Ow! And stuff. Woo! Oh, you hit me? Was I supposed to fucking feel it or something? Cause I don't. Now, the big problem with Flagellant as a healer, they can only use this big heal twice a fight. They can use the regen throughout the fight, but they can only use the big one twice a fight. So, they have some damaging options that also heal them, but I should probably have that on instead of Punish or Rain of Sorrows, but... Oh, I should have just hit him. Don't get a disease. Alright. Bro, can you stop landing crits like you're the main boss? You're nobody. What's the crit chance on that dude? I know it's not that high. Does that let me get an Exsanguinate? I don't think it lets me get my heal off. Although he is bleeding, yeah, that gives him enough. Beautiful.
Confusion, nerves, and panic.
Don't miss. Thank you. Alright, stress is a little high.
Be wary. Triumphant pride
We're done.
precipitates a dizzying fall.
But I have an antiquarian, which makes me want to see as many rooms as I can for loot. I haven't pulled enough loot out of this place yet, and I haven't used, like, any of my supplies. So, we're gonna keep going. We have a fight here. Spiders, worms, cultists. Oh my. You're something else, you know that game? You really are. They're surprised, but capable enough to dodge the attack. That's a beautiful crit. Oh, and it puts her right on to death with the bleed. Fuck yeah, Gibbs, get it. See, that's the problem with calling it Xionzi and Gibbs. Now Gibbs is getting all the credit.
That's a lot of damage.
Because the primary damage is from the dog. So is the stress heal. Just saying. This is not the best stress heal because it's a low amount and it's actually only a percentage chance that it enables. Blackjack. Blackjack and target whistle. Technically everything else is the dog. Well, no, guard dog but he also is in, like, in the animation, he's involved in the guard, but he swings a blackjack and he blows a target whistle. Everything else is the dog. But he's the one, you know, commanding the dog, so he resisted his own bleed. Get wrecked. Your leg's about to fall off, sir. Let's see how he's lazy. Letting kids do all the work. To my streaming approach, can't you tell? I just bank on the cute dog. No one's here for me. If only. No, you guys are awesome. Thank you all for hanging out today. I've been having a blast. This is only our first day getting back into Darkest Dungeon. We're going to be playing it, you know, pretty regularly.
Be gone, fiend.
Saline, chill. 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 Chill.
Foolish
It's not that big a deal.
Brought
It's
low
not that
and
big a
driven
deal.
into the mud.
It's not a boss. So these are journal entries. I don't think there's an achievement or anything, but I'd like to one day get them all back. There might be something for them, but they take up inventory space and they don't sell for anything, so. AKA useless. Okay, only got 4 food left, so after the next hunger check, we basically have to go.
Ambushed by foul invention.
Well, she's gonna get tested. I am moving. Like, stop telling me to keep moving when I'm moving. What? Okay, trap double curio. We will snuff and check the curios. I think Houndmaster has good trap. Disarm. Not the curio I want to touch. This is the combat boost. You get a buff if you use an herbs on this. Yeah, you get a plus 30% damage until camp. There is a 33% chance to get loot out of it. 33% chance for Blight, which wouldn't be a problem. It's an 11% chance for the negative quirk Tippler. Alright. We are leaving!
Their squeals.
Should have
fade.
snuffed before I looted that in case it was loot. I even said I was going to do that and then didn't. Not the most loot, but for a small dungeon, that wasn't bad, especially since there were only like 3 fights. Oh. Let's see how this is. Fairweather Fighter. If he's full, he hits hard. Mercurial. He can't virtue anyway. Intense craving for alcohol. Not a bad showing.
A fresh irritant to some. A sanguine memory to me.
A sanguine memory to me. Alright, let's see. Bounty hunters? Okay, we've got our first of a couple showing up here. Grave Robber, Bounty Hunter, and Jester. They're not particularly good in the ruins because if they're doing damage, they're doing bleed. And that's not very good in the ruins, but Night Blindness, not a problem for me. Warren's Adventurer's not bad. Plotter for bleed resist, okay. Doesn't like the Warrens or the Well, which are the 2 places you need to be going. Oh my god. Both of those suck. It's a Traitsapalooza here. A whole bunch of shit. Can't increase it unless I swap around, which is too expensive to do. So if I'm gonna get all of them, I've got to get rid of this guy. It's either that occultist or this flagellant is going. Well, we're gonna get the Jester.
You will be laughing still at the end. To those with a keen eye, gold gleams like a dagger's
I guess
point.
we probably just grab one for now. Because if I'm gonna have to treat him for both of these anyway, and these are fine, but they're not incredible, I grab this one. And we just
The thrill
don't
of the
grab the
hunt.
other one yet. Since
The
we
promise of payment.
aren't, you know. Alright. Before I do any activities, I always like to look at where I'm probably gonna go next. Not bad. Leper's almost always in position 1. Can be useful. Pretty good. The Cove one looks the best. Three mediums and a short. Oh, let's just go to the darkest dungeon. Bam! We'd get wrecked. I do have a grave robber who's good in the Cove. Either of the Plague Doctors is good. And if I'm sending a Plague Doctor, I probably send Lan as the healer. And then Bogu in the front, just to get him in the field. That would work. Although, didn't he have... Okay, no, he didn't have... I'm still not sure. I would almost prefer a different leper. I don't like Twilight Dreamer being on the leper. And clumsy. But no other lepers have shown up. It does lower the stun skill chance, which isn't ideal, but... Room battles on all the mediums. Can't do the courtyard. I could, but I'm not ready to do the courtyard just yet. Could do a short Warrens. Another one. Crit doesn't really matter. It helps. Obviously, critting on bleed makes the bleed extend, but... No, we don't. You're right, Olzen. So, again, I wouldn't do it right now anyway. Where are we going? What do you guys think? Which one would you go to? This pushes the ruins to level 2. Still time to do missions there. Any of these will push these to the same level that the ruins is at, except this one. This one would push the Warrens to here. The two best trinkets are the Haste Chalice and the Book of Holiness. Those are definitely the two best. This is garbage. This is meh at best. Also, let's look. So this is crests. This is deeds. Those are the two that I need the most. I have the crests. I need the deeds. Weld? Wield? All right, let's do a medium cove. Plague Bearers. You'll sometimes get a pop-up depending on the 4 heroes you put in and the order that they're in. See, if they're not in the right order, it doesn't work. And they're just unique names. They don't convey any bonus or penalty. It's just a little thing. I don't like Twilight Dreamer being here, so I'm not sure I want to use him. He is a Cove Tactician. You'll need poison darts. Maybe this will work. I mean, it will. This will work. No one's going in super stress. They're going to gain 20 stress because they're going in as a level 0 into a level 1 dungeon. So any level 0 that goes in the field gets 20 stress to start, but... Alright. Okay, you need medical treatment, you need removal of a bunch of this shit, and you need to frickin' stress heal. Damn it, Saline. I gotta pay $750 for you to get over diarrhea? I swear. Also, flagellants can only, no. I think it used to be that they could only flagellate. Maybe they get yeah, no, they can. They can only flagellate for stress relief. Go figure, it's a flagellant. They can't do this other stuff. Now, there is a small amount of stress heal passively, even if you're not in a stress heal activity. So that's why I'm not stress healing everybody. Also, I have a Jester now, so if I want, I can do a mission basically for the purpose of stress relief, where we just go out and run a mission with the Jester just spamming stress heal, because the Jester has Inspiring Tune, stress heal on everybody. So, and Battle Ballad, which is insane. Jesters are ridiculously good support and can be really cool damage dealers. Basically, you super buff them, and then you use Solo and Finale to stack a massive hit. It's actually one of the strategies for one-hitting a number of the bosses. But, alright. Who needs a negative trait removed? Was it 5k for Klepto? That one's fine. On a Vestal? I don't care about that. You locked in Clumsy and Nocturnal. Too many crickets. The lock-in rate for negative traits is higher on Bloodmoon, and I can see that demonstrated already. Probably need to get rid of Fading. Fading like a rose. Need to get rid of Light Sensitive. The Yips, Clumsy. Oi, 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 oi. But, for sure, let's get rid of Fading. Alright, now I need to... I'm gonna have to decide when I want to start pushing into weapon upgrades. It's gonna have to be fairly soon, which is another reason for taking the Antiquarian out regularly, now that I got one so early, is to get all that stuff. That's true, UBCR. Yeah. Alright, you need... Throne Dagger. I should have done this. Everyone else has what they need. Okay. Hey, Cool Dan, thank you for the redeems. That goes for everybody. Make sure you're sitting up as straight as you can and comfortably. Get hydrated. Gotta stay hydrated. Alright. So how do I want to do this? Because there's a lot of ways to do this. I don't know if I want to dance with her or not. So, dancing is referring to characters who can move around in the positioning. So she has Shadow Fade and then Lunge. Essentially, Shadow Fade moves her back and puts her in stealth and gives her a big damage boost. And then Lunge moves her forward too and has a big crit modifier, plus 40% damage, and additional damage to blighted targets. So you start the fight, fade back, and then lunge forward, smack the shit out of somebody. But it's a 2-turn setup. Or You can try to get poison darts in there. I think this lasts 2 turns, and if not, they blight the target, and then you smack the shit out of it. But to do that, you give up access to some of your other, more overall useful abilities sometimes. But I think I'll do it here. Because minus 15% damage on the first round, that's fine. On the first round, she's going to be fading. And then she'll come back on round 2 and be like, what damage debuff? Smack! Okay, I do not have a specific request for a grave robber. Sankey is my first fill. And I don't know if I'm gonna have another grave robber. I might leave them unnamed for now, and then figure it out tomorrow, after I can look at the roster and make a few more decisions. So we'll see how they perform. Okay, you need to swap. Yep. And you need abilities for the back excuse me, the back row. What if I put you in row 2? No, because you have to fade from the second row to the back. Okay. Alright, so we want weird. We want vulnerability hex. We don't need Hands of the Abyss here. Let's get Abyssal Artillery. Because I'm not going to be in the front 2 rows to land the stun. Not frequently enough. Although I would be on the turn that they fade, but it's planning around something that's only going to happen a portion of the time. I probably want Noxious Blast over Incision here. Oh, I have Noxious Blast. I just need to put it on. Okay. Trinkets. Not these trinkets, these trinkets. Unequipped all trinkets. Let's give you move resist and protection. Disease resist with no penalty. Accuracy for a little bit of hit points, that's fine. That might be worth the trade-off. I'm not actually sure. Okay. Hey, Count, good to see you. Let's do it. Let's go get us a first green trinket from a reward, at least. We're not stress healing him. They're being treated. They're stress healing. They're fine. Okie dokie. Okay, this is a medium cove. I'm certain that I'm over-provisioning in a lot of cases, but... Am I gonna bring any keys? I'll bring one. And it might come back and bite me enough that I run out of cash, and, you know, that could be the reason I lose a run, but... We're gonna keep using Cooldan to make us money as often as we can. Okay, I like that this is primarily a straight shot.
Must be flushed out.
And we can camp here, so...
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
Well, the first fight's a nasty one, I can tell you that already. This is a lot of damage potential. 1 stun? Better than no stuns, but...
Smoke
These guys are Eldritch, so at least they take additional damage.
A brilliant confluence of skill and purpose.
Buff. Give us the dodge before they start attacking. So that we can dodge none of the attacks. Okay. We dodged one. We dodged two. Hell yeah. Ooh. Get it. Now you see this guy? This guy right here? This guy's blighted. And you know what that means? It means this guy's fucked.
Eradicated.
That has a 40% damage boost on top of her having plus 80% damage, and this does 20+% damage if they're blighted. I love Grave Robber. It's probably one of my personal favorites, if not my personal favorite class. That one should still be there, Boob. You know what? I will double check sound alerts. I'm not sure why it's not there. I will look into that before tomorrow. Don't dodge me. You have the highest dodge in the game. What are you doing getting hit for 14? What do you mean?
Hello there.
There it is. I knew it was still there. Had to be. Big heal. That wasn't the big heal.
Death by inches.
Too tired.
A decisive pummeling.
Grave Robbers also get to ridiculous dodge levels at some point. So that when they have like 60 dodge and they fail to dodge anything, you can get mad about it, which is what I do. That's better. Thank you.
The slow death.
We actually got through that fight in the end, depending on this attack, with only like 10 stress gained overall. And very little damage. So that went really well considering those 4 enemies can do a lot of damage. I'm almost positive this is a shovel. Yeah! Shovel scrapes off the barnacles. Okay. Finally did the one job. Yeah, exactly. And you, get up here. I wanted to talk to you. I wasn't gonna do nothing mean, I just wanted to talk. I was gonna talk to your face with my knife, but I wanted to talk. Whoop! I'm back here. Ooh, get dodged, bitch. Woo! It's a low damage, but this sets up riposte. Anytime he gets attacked for 3 rounds, he'll do a melee attack in return.
Impressive.
Hey, Moody, I am. We're doing okay today. We're making it happen. Here she comes, here comes Speed Racer, smack! For a non-crit, that's pretty good damage. Bellow, Kovier's yelling at people, shut the fuck up and die! See? Retribution. Now, if you have Retribution set up and you guard somebody and they get attacked, you also riposte, so... That's basically the combo there. But I don't have Protect set, or Defender set up right now, because I don't need it.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Dodge! I said dodge, not get hit. Idiot. Resisted the blight. Resist that!
Prodigious size alone does not dissuade the
What
sharp
happened?
blade.
You didn't resist shit? Sucks to suck. And caused a bleed. Not that big of a deal. One bleed. Heal the bleed. That's why I like playing Doctor with a occultist. Oh no, the occultist caused a crit bleed. Okay, we'll deal with that. Not a big deal. Not even a problem. Not even worried about it.
Confidence
Get dunked.
surges as the enemy crumbles.
You know, man-at-arms don't generally do a lot of damage. Like, they're not
Triumphant pride precipitates
big
a dizzying
combatants.
fall.
They're primarily defensive combatants. But, having named this one after Koviers, I feel like it's gonna land a whole bunch of critical hits. Okay, I need these. I was trying to click the light. Okay, this guy's gonna blow up on us if we don't kill him fast enough, so... So, whereas almost always you want to target the, in this case, the pelagic shaman,
It's a trap!
you want to get rid of this guy before he pops on you, because he'll hurt you bad. Darkling grab, and then his other ability is boom. Big bada boom. Lots of chaos, causing lots of chaos. I like it. Dodge it. Are you gonna go sometime? Thank you.
Destroyed.
Oh! That's a level 0! That's a level 0 hero! Not a level 5. Not a level 4. It's a level 0. This crit for 35. If you set them up right, they will deliver.
Formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Who you blowing up on now, you big smelly oaf? Nobody, you're dead. Faceless in this game too? Yeah, pretty much. Everything's an iteration of XCOM, don't you know that?
Slowly.
They did Faceless before XCOM 2.
This is how a life is taken.
Here, stack them. Oh, you can't double stack them. They'll lose a little dodge. Keep the room. If you build it, they will
Glittering
come.
Gold, trinkets and baubles. Paid
If
for
you
in
stack it,
blood.
she will crit. I like scouting. We gotta fight for the right.
Another mariner.
Okay,
Another misfortune.
I probably shouldn't use a shovel here because I got a long dungeon left and there's likely to be 2 more obstacles. If you don't use a shovel here, I think you get a bleed inflicted if you fail. Alright, I'm gonna double check my knowledge on this curio again. Or this one for the first time. %, loot, 25% bleed, 25% nothing. You know what? I'll take a bleed and not lose a shovel here. Bitch. There's our first hunger check. Fights in the room. Yeah, TNT. I haven't played a lot of Darkest Dungeon 2 because it really wasn't appealing to me. So, yeah. And that's, you know, some of the reason why. This changes from the heroes that you kind of, you know, grew up with, and then they fuck around with them and turn it into a freaking dating sim, basically. Can you not?
Turns.
That's my spleen. I was using that.
The blood quickens. Unnerved, unbalanced.
You'd think we were fighting in the pitch black with how much they're critting us. I swear. By the moon and the stars in the sky. I should have just killed one of them, but... And I swear... Big Zero, bleed? Hell yeah! Oh, no bleed? You suck. Cause a bleeder, get out of my face.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them.
Oh, Edmund, if they updated the graphics a little bit, even if they wanted to go with the kind of same, you know, graphical change to 2, and change some things on the UI, change the location, add a couple more dungeons, expand it, make it a little bit bigger, it would have sold as well or better. But I don't blame them for trying something different, because I don't want a game company to only make the same game. That's why I've enjoyed XCOM in many different iterations, because while there are similarities, it's not just the same game. They do things different, but they do things different without changing the whole thing. Like, they experiment within a sandbox, but the sandbox isn't boundless. There's still structure to it. It's a better approach for my money, but... It's better than a 0. It's a lot better than a 0, but now he does 7, so the 6 kind of looks piddly. I wanted to get another heal, but I don't want to suffer stress or anything there.
As victories mount,
We
so
can't
too
camp
will
yet. It's too
resistance.
early. What's her speed at? Her speed's at 8. She feels like she's been slow this entire fight. Or this entire dungeon so far. It's probably just perception, but... It is just perception. I know that, but... Alright, so... Okay, there's a lot of stuff here. I probably ate too much food there, but... That's a grand just there, and those stack. Could find more, probably won't. Kind of like Diablo, I've played all 1 through 3 and just something about 1 that's just simple, dark, and good. I liked 3. I didn't play 2 very much at all. I liked 1. I played 1 a lot when I was younger, and I played 3, and I enjoyed it. I didn't play a lot of 2, Mostly just because I didn't have the time when 2 was kind of popular. Really? Right after I do that? I'm glad I saved my shovels. Also, the campfire sets your light to 100 as long as you don't get,
The light,
I didn't mean to burn
the
that.
promise of
As long as you don't
safety.
get ambushed. Well, and I think it does after the ambush, even if you get ambushed. So if you're low on light, but you have a campfire, you can do that. This is, if you break this with a shovel, you go to 100 stress. But there's a positive quirk. There's a 66.7% chance of a positive quirk. And only a 22% chance of a negative, and an 11% chance of disease. So, positive quirk. Clutch hitter. Pretty good for the grave robber. Crit on weak enemies. Nice. In XCOM terms, that's a coin flip. Yeah, basically. Dodged, very nice. Missed me with that tentacle shit. Okay, that's a nasty fight because of double guard. Oh, you're not in position to fade. I didn't reposition. What? That's me fucking up. I have to waste a turn to fix my fuck up, basically. Good heal. Ow. Oh, you gotta love it. Come on, you gotta dodge that shit, man. You gotta dodge that shit, man. Dodge it! They're stacking a bleed on that boy. Kill. Not even a crit. He's got a lot of protection. So protection is essentially just a flat percentage of damage reduction. I guess I didn't talk about that one yet. That's not cool, man. You're not supposed to do that. Good thing is things like Blight bypass that, but... I mean... Okay. That's one of the... This is one of the reasons Blight is so good in the Cove, is these guys. Not just these guys specifically. There are a lot of enemies with high protection and weakness to Blight. So it's just a combination that works. Please don't die. I really need to be able to heal this. Yeah, he's dead to Blight, so I don't care about that. Please, big heal, no bleed. It's not a big heal. We're gonna cure that bleed because it's ticking for 4.
Rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
Set up mark and retribution. Dodge, smack. Dead. Smack. Stop stressing me, bruh.
The blood pumps, the limbs obey.
Dodge it! Yeah, girl. Big heal. Dead. Oh, not dead. Sag face. Not dead. Dead now? Dead as hell. I told you! Man-at-Arms is supposed to be all defensive, and Kobe is like, nah, I'm gonna smack that bitch for all the damage in the world.
For the slightest lapse in concentration.
Oh, you're dead. You're dead to the Blight. Oh, he's 1 health. He's 1 health to the Blight.
And
Bruh.
improvement.
Bruh. Alright, kill him. Now he's dead to the Blight. It's better than getting a heal here because it stops the damage that would probably be more than the heal. You know, he's getting a boost to his damage here because of Cove Tactician. He's doing plus 15% damage here, so he'll probably spend a lot of time here smacking shit in the Cove. Sir, dodge. That wasn't a dodge. What are you doing? You're not dodging. You're just standing there. Good crit.
And power.
At least 7 damage. Cool.
Ghoulish horrors.
Brought low.
Brought low and driven into the mud.
Ooh, secret. Secret door! Let me look at this curio. I think this is a buff. Just a straight buff. Stress heal. And damage buff. Chance. We're just gonna use this. And you're gonna stress heal? Hey! We don't need to camp yet. I got rid of the 1 key I had. Fuck me. Son of a bitch. I'm trying to decide if I try to push forward in the dungeon and maybe get lucky and loot a key, but... there's a locked compartment on the side of it. I should have read that the first time. I would have remembered. Alright, it's some loot.
The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
So this just gives resistance for... but you have to be pretty close to a fight. You have a 90% to disarm that. Alright. Okay. Here, fishy, 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 fishy. It doesn't matter if I don't have dodge if you can't see me. Because you can't see me? Never mind. My time is now. Your time is up. My time is now. Bro, do I get a turn? Your speed's not that high. Literally, I have... They're on 6 speed and 10 speed. Okay, it lowers speed. No, it doesn't. She's debuffed. Duh. The trap. Bro.
Obliterated.
Their blight has already ticked them down so much I don't want to waste her damage on one of them. So it's a good thing she had a pretty high chance to get a kill there. Her range was 11 to 20 non-crit. And it had like 13 health, so... This ups their damage and crit chance, and he's dead, so it doesn't up shit. But... Weak ass heal.
This expedition at least promises success.
The most important gem in the game! Damn it. I did that wrong. Because I want to move it, but I can't while this is... I have to leave the citrine behind. Hey, we're done. I didn't even camp yet. We can't be done, I'm not done. More! They're making me leave it all behind. I mean, objectively, it's worth less, but... Wasn't this 100% a room battle, so there's no room battles left? Well, we can't, just to lower stress and hope we don't get ambushed.
A chance to steel oneself against the coming horrors.
Does she have... No, she has night moves to up scouting. Well, if we get ambushed, it'll be a fun fight. I missed the zero heals occultist trolling is like, yeah. I didn't really over-provision. I did a little bit, but you can see that most of what we're carrying is treasure. I feel like I did better on this one than I'd been doing earlier tonight, so... Yeah, I had to bail on one key, and then we scouted a secret room, and I didn't have a key to open it, so... You know, I got basic loot out of it, so... Alright, let's see if we get ambushed.
Darkness closes in.
Fucking figures.
Hearts of men. Grievous injury.
Are you fucking kidding me? Bro, back-to-back 18 crits. I know they get a crit chance bonus, but fuck right off with that. 2 back-to-back? Eat my whole ass game. All of it. I understand it's because of the low light. The numbers are still not that high.
A hand's breadth from becoming unwound.
This went from easy leave to, oh great, we take a bunch of damage. Basically. And a bunch of stress, but we might get a lot of loot out of this fight, but I freaking no. I'm not gonna be after the fight. And there's curios to search, but we'll see. All right. Good.
Annihilated.
Yeah, we were basically fully healed and out of, and empty on stress, and then we got the big
Seize
loot.
this momentum.
We got a
Push on to
citrine.
the task's end.
I'm just gonna see what this curio is. Well, that was valuable. The reality is that the emerald is worth 3 times as much as the citrine.
Terrors may indeed stalk these shadows, but
Wow,
yonder,
that
a
was
glint of
look at
gold.
that plus loot 100 whole gold. Whoa! Also, it's a medium dungeon, but it ended without 3 rooms, so you could. Maybe I over provisioned, but
The pungent odor abates. The things are driven back for a time.
all right, not bad. Unholy Slayer, Eldritch Hater. That makes him really good in the Cove again. Because he has Cove Tactician, so stack those together and he's doing a lot of damage. Which is not as useful since he's a defensive
A fresh
hero,
to
but...
some. A sanguine memory to me.
Alright, see real quick. Probably nothing I'm picking up. I think the other one has Beast Slayer too, right? Beast Hater? Or Beast Slayer? This is accuracy and crit. The other one has, the other Houndmaster has Beast Hater. Fragile and Faithless? No. That's actually, Slugger's great. Weak Grip is not. Man-at-Arms, I might pick up a second one. Guilty Conscience and Hieromania. I don't have the deeds to... I'd have to swap over for deeds, which I could do, but I just don't know if it's worth it for the one. I might get rid of this one for that other Man-at-Arms. Both of those need to be cleared, though. So probably not. I'll probably just run another week and see if I get better options. I don't know if I'm going to do another run tonight, because we're coming up on 6.5 hours live. But I want to see what trinkets are up. That one, I don't dislike, especially if I'm using a Flagellant as a healer, which I intend to do some in this run. That one's not bad. It's not particularly good either. That one can be very good for a number of classes. Bleed skill and bleed resist go up. That one is the first one I see, and I need deeds. So... But I don't know if I'm doing another dungeon tonight. I think I'm probably wrapping up, so... Because we have been live for 6.5 hours, I've been having a ton of fun, but it is about that time. But that does mean those of you who stuck around get to be in the final raffle of the evening. Let's give out another game. Boom. Type !raffle if you're in the Twitch chat. You have to be a follower. We have a massive list of games. If you click on that URL, it just links to a Google Doc, but it has the list of all the games that are available. There's a lot of great titles on there, a lot of fun stuff, and you win it for free, so no risk to you. Get in there and see if you can win you a game. Hey, Penrider, coming in for the raffle. Good to see you. Sinusaurus Optrix. I feel like it's been a minute since I've seen you. Hello. Ruffle? That's not right, Eclectic. So my approach for Darkest Dungeon is that I tend to build my roster broadly as quickly as I can, and then level them up evenly as I grow. It can be tricky to do, but not bad. Well, on the first run tonight, Reynald got killed on the old road, so we restarted. And then we did the first dungeon, which is, you know, all static. And then on the second dungeon, 3 people died, so we restarted. And this time, we're doing okay. We're doing better.
In time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings.
For now. For now. You made it out of March. Yeah, we only gate crashed for a little while. Yeah, so we're on week 7 of 100. Now, the last time I played Darkest Dungeon, I did a Darkest difficulty run, not a Bloodmoon run, and we finished on week 99. I could have finished earlier. It didn't have to go to week 99. I stretched the run out just to do more fun stuff. So I don't feel like I'm going to run into a time issue. I'm more likely to run into an issue of 16 or 17 heroes dying. If you don't beat the final boss in the Darkest Dungeon on weeks 100, you lose your run and it exits you to the menu and deletes your game. Same thing happens if you lose 17 heroes. And since, spoiler for anyone who hasn't seen it, during the fight with the final boss, if you bring a full party, he's guaranteed to kill 2 of them. So if you've lost more than 14 people, you have to go into that fight with less than a full party, which is doable, but not ideal. But he's guaranteed to kill 2 of your people on the final fight if you go in with the full party. Guaranteed, unless you use, there are a number of strategies to one-shot the boss past the thresholds that cause the, because he kills someone at a certain hit point threshold. There are strategies to one-shot him past those thresholds, but it can be tricky if you don't know what you're doing, and I'm not super familiar with them. And if you either have too many deaths or you don't kill him by week 100, it exits you to the menu, it tells you you lost, exits you out, and then deletes the save file. So, yeah. It's Iron Man no matter how you want it to play in Darkest Dungeon. There is no saving and reloading. Yeah, the tricks are, in other words, tricky. Basically, the 2 major ones are to buff a Jester a ton to kill him with Finale in 1 hit, or buff a Leper, because Lepers hit so damn hard. So... Well, in the original game, Stygian difficulty was 86 weeks and 14 hero deaths. But when they added Crimson Court, Stygian, if you have Crimson Court enabled, becomes Bloodmoon difficulty and they give you 14 additional weeks because you need to clear potentially the Crimson Court, and you at least have to deal with all the vampiric enemies. And they up the death count to 16 instead of 14, so... Still relatively strict, considering today, if I had continued the second run of the day, I would have had 3 deaths in week 2. It puts it out like once every minute until the raffle is closed. And now the raffle's closed, so we're gonna pick a winner. And thus winner is... Hey, Sina! There you go! Sina Soropterix! You win a game! Congrats! Someone's gonna call it rigged. Yeah, so there's a massive list of games there. Take your time picking. We will be live tomorrow. You can either shoot me a message on Twitch, or you can shoot me a message in my Discord if you're in the Discord. If not, go join it. Be cool. But yeah, take your time, pick a game, and shoot me the message, and then we will get you the appropriate code within a day. Depending on, because a lot of people contributed codes, so we got to make sure we get you all the right stuff. So, but I had a blast tonight, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'm glad to be back into Darkest Dungeon. We had a pretty good turnout too. A lot of people were tuning in for a while. Hopefully it continues to grow and we can find some new people. It's been over a year since I played Darkest Dungeon on stream last, so we will be playing Darkest tomorrow, and then on Friday we're either going to do FTL or Frostpunk. And then on Saturday, we'll do Darkest and FTL most likely. And then Saturday, Sunday, or Sunday, Monday, we'll just play that by ear. But Operation Echo continues tomorrow, day 17 of 33 straight days of streams to give back to you guys for such an awesome community. So, have a good night. God bless. I will see you all tomorrow right here in the Echo, where each and every one of us has a voice. I'm going to throw it over to my brother, who is playing some 7 Days to Die. If you guys want to hang out and enjoy some zombie survival, show him some love. I appreciate it. He just hit affiliate, so give him some hype for that. And I will see you all later. Adios. Sino, no rush. Just message me whenever you pick a game or whenever you're in chat next, and we'll get it to you. Have a good one.